the same feed as what's over here. So you may have to just direct your attention over here if that's not working today. We do live stream our classes. So this is the camera for the live stream up here. It is focused on me, not you. So just relax, you're fine. But if you ask a question, if you could make sure that you speak loudly so that, because the only microphone is on me. So if you ask a question, I may repeat it so that anybody watching the live stream understands the question. But that's important for you because we record these and put them up on our website so you can actually go back and watch today's lesson at any time to review the information. I am going to talk nonstop for the next 4 hours. It's a lot of content, and you may want to go back and review some of it, at a later date. You will get a after class wrap up email at the end of each class. Good morning. How are you? If you want to find your t-shirt on the front table and then just have a seat anywhere where there's books, well, yeah, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. T-shirts are right up here. Find your t-shirt and then just have a seat anywhere where there's books. So we do live stream. So if you can't come to class for any reason, you can always attend the live stream and it's live. And if you put questions into the live stream, they actually come up on my screen and I'll be able to answer your questions just like you were in class. So that's a helpful feature if something happens one day and you can't physically come to class. Okay, good. All right. So today is class 1. These classes meet on Mondays and Wednesdays, not Tuesdays, not Monday through Wednesday, Monday and Wednesday. I won't be here tomorrow. From 9 to 1 for 4 weeks. It goes very fast, very fast. So try not to get too behind on your homework because there's not a lot of time to make up if you fall too behind. Okay, good. Good. All right. You can attend in person. You guys are all enrolled in the classroom program. You're physically here, but if you can't, you can always join through the live stream. Those are also available for replays on our website. We will send you that after class wrap up email at the end of each class. There is a sheet going around. Make sure that your name is spelled correctly, your email address is correct. And if for some reason you did not get the email that went out yesterday, this is only for my classroom people. If you did not get the email, please let Jake know. This is Jake behind the curtain here. He handles all of our tech. So if you did not get an email, please let him know and he'll troubleshoot it for us, okay? All right. You also get review worksheets at the end of each class. Jake will pass those out at the end of the class. If for some reason you don't show up on a day and you don't get your worksheet, they're right there beside the door in that organizer right there. And just grab the ones that you need. Okay, you don't have to ask. That's for you guys to be able to grab the ones that you need. Now, if you're attending virtually, on the website where we have all of our live streams, it's flcnatraining.com, same website you signed up on. If you scroll down, beside each replay are those review sheets, so you can print them off from home. You don't have to wait until you come to class to get them. They are available for you on there as well. Good? Good. All right, you have 2 books in front of you, and we're going to go through these in detail in about 2 hours. Not right now, but just know that you have 2 books. One of them is your homework book. That's the yellow one. The other one is the book that we use in class. And everything that I'm going to be referring to in the next couple of minutes is going to be in this book right here, not that one. So when I tell you to turn to page whatever, I'm always talking about this book. Okay? This is the one we use in class. This is my book. It's being used by schools all over the country. So if you can't I'm sorry, I didn't tell you who I am. My name is Miss Patty. I am the owner of For Your CNA. And we are have a very big national influence for CNA training. Our book and our videos are used by schools all over the country. All right, so in that book, the spiral book, I want you to turn to page 17. And this is where we're going to get started. This is what page 17 looks like. Now, when you look at the middle of the page and you see this, this is the page from the book, you see a banner and you see all of the skills that that banner relates to. And in this case, it's all of them. Now, these banners are going to form the basis of the program. We are going to learn each one of them, and they're on the back wall. So you can always look up and see there's your cheat sheet right behind you on the back wall, and we are going to learn all of those by the second week. Now, you're not going to go home and memorize this stuff. Memorization doesn't help you a bit. You all memorized the Gettysburg Address in 4th grade. You don't remember it now. Okay, memorizing doesn't help you. What we need to do is learn these principles. That way they stick with us as we go into our practice. And that's my job, is to present this information in a way that you're not memorizing, you're learning. And that's what we're going to focus on. And the very first one we're going to start with is skill rules. Now, when you're looking at this page, down the side, you'll see all of the principles that we're going to learn. They're all listed here. There's 11 of them. Plus skill-specific steps. And then down here, it shows you that I have a video for this. So anytime you see a video clapboard on any lesson in this book, it means I have a video for it to help, because some people read and learn, some people watch and learn, some people need both so that you know that this is available to you. So where you find these videos is if you go to my main website, foryourcna.com. Okay, foryourcna.com. It's right there on the screen. Go to the main website, and under training, because that's where you're at now, right? You're in training. You'll look for animated lessons, and that's where you're going to find this. Okay, I'm going to show you an easier way to find this content a little later today. But that is kind of the main way, okay, foryourcna.com, animated lessons. All right, any questions so far? Everybody good? All right. Okay, in this class, you don't have to take notes. I've done all of that for you. All you have to do is stay reasonably awake, okay? All you got to do is stay reasonable. And we have caffeine if you need help with that. So back there in the back is a snack center. Snack center is brought to you by CPR Rescue. We share this classroom. So she's the CPR lady, and she stocks all of the snacks, and they're available for free. There's coffee, there's soda, there's water in the refrigerator, you know, all kinds of stuff back there, and help yourself. But if you happen to see her, give her a thank you for doing that for us, okay? Bathroom is the last door on the right as you go to the back. That'll be the bathroom. Unfortunately, there's only one, so on break, sometimes there's a bit of a line. I am not that kind of instructor. You do not have to raise your hand and ask to go anywhere. If you need to step outside and take a phone call, step outside and take a phone call. You're an adult. If you need to use the restroom, go take care of it. You're an adult. If you're starting to fall asleep and you need to stand up, stand up. I'm not that kind of a teacher. Okay? Good? Good? All right. I'm very approachable. If you have a question, let me know. I'm here to help you. I am going to try to stay a little bit more on my last class. I kind of got sidetracked and told lots of stories and stuff. Well, I'm going to try to keep the timing a little more condensed so that you guys have a little more practice time. So we're going to hope I can stay on track. We'll see. It's hard for me. All right, but I've taken all the notes for you. I've given them to you in this book. So on page 18, this is your book. You can write in it. It is yours forever and always. You can eBay it. You can burn it. I don't care what you do with it. You can color in it, but it is yours. The other book, the yellow book, you're going to take home and read for homework, but on the last day, you're going to bring it back to me. That one we're loaning to you. The yellow book, we're on loan to you.
So you cannot write in that.
Right. But in this one, it's all yours. This book for every lesson, there are review questions. So if you look on page 19, so this is the notes on 18. If you look on page 19, you'll see some review questions there based on this lesson. If you can answer those after you read the lesson or watch the video or a combination of, you've got the content. You've got it. So it's a way for you to self-identify how your learning is going. Sound good? Sound good? All right. All right. We are going to start out with a video. That video is going to talk about activities of daily living. And one of the things that I get from students a lot is, what is that? So the video is going to talk about it a little bit, but if you want more information on what activities of daily living are, because it's referenced in the video, I have a whole lesson in the book on page 89 on this topic specifically. Good? Good. Okay. All right. So we're going to start with the video, and the video is going to cover what a CNA is, what a CNA does, what we need to know to be a CNA, and it is me. It's an animated lesson. It is me. And I do it in I don't like talking head videos. I just don't want to stand there and talk to, that's boring. So it's a little bit more animated, a little bit more user-friendly. This is the most important video in the class, hands down. If you don't get this, then everything that comes after is going to be confusing. Does that make sense? So feel free to nod off at any other time, but not for the next 20 minutes. This is critical that you get this. Sound good? Good? All right, Jake, care plan video, please.
The care plan and the CNA, why it's always about the care plan. A presentation brought to you by foryourcna.com. Thank you for joining For Your CNA's online CNA test prep. We will be preparing you for both the written and skills portion of the exam. This course contains videos, interactive lessons, activities, testing care plans, test registration instructions, practice questions, and much more. This program goes way beyond our skills videos available on YouTube. But in order to pass the test, there is one single principle that you must understand: the importance of the care plan. Without this key, learning the skills is meaningless. You might be able to mimic what I do in the skills later, but chances are you will fail the test because you didn't follow the care plan. So this course will teach you the skills, but you must first learn how those skills need to be done. So come on inside and I'll explain to you how the care plan works and why it is so important to the test. We are sure that you will become great CNAs and you will provide excellent care for our residents. But before you get started, let's review some basics. Does anyone know what the initials CNA stand for?
Certified Nursing Assistant?
That's exactly right, April. A nursing assistant is there to assist the nurse. You will be receiving all of your instructions from the nurse and must follow their directions. This will probably include taking vital signs and assisting with personal care tasks. But you may also be asked to assist with other nursing procedures as well. It is important to only do the things that you have been trained to do. If you aren't sure how to do something, ask someone for help. It's okay to not know everything. But please, don't try to do something that you aren't familiar with. It might harm the patient. In this online CNA test prep program, we're going to show you how to do all tested skills. But that is only the beginning of your education. You will learn way more on the job. Because every patient is different and will have a different way that those skills need to be done. And that's where the care plan comes in. As a CNA, you will be expected to assist our patients with many routine tasks. Generally speaking, CNAs help patients with things that they can no longer do for themselves. Things like sleeping, toileting, grooming, bathing, dressing, eating, socializing, and activities. Together, these are called the Activities of Daily Living, or ADLs. These are things that everyone does every day for a healthy life. But not all patients will be able to do these things for themselves because of illness or injury. Sometimes people are too weak to go to the bathroom on their own or feed themselves. And that's where you come in. If a patient needs help with any of these tasks, you will be there to help them. But not all patients will need help with all tasks. This is Henry. Henry had a stroke and has right-sided paralysis. And this is Martha. She had a left hip replacement. This is Bob. He has had a recent leg amputation. And Annie has dementia. And they will all require different care. Some patients will need help brushing their teeth, but others will do that themselves. As a CNA, we will help the patients do the things that they cannot do alone, but we will let them continue to do the things for themselves that they can do.
How will I know what I'm supposed to do with each patient?
I'm so glad you asked, Cassie. As the registered nurse caring for these patients, that's my job. When a patient gets admitted to our facility, I will do a head-to-toe assessment. I will review all body systems to evaluate the patient for real problems and potential problems. This is a very long, complicated process, but here's a brief overview of a general assessment. I'm going to look at his neurological status. I'm going to look at his cardiac status and his respiratory system. I will also look at his integumentary system, which is hair, skin, and nails, and his gastrointestinal system. His urinary system is important, as is his musculoskeletal system. And then I will review his endocrine, lymphatic, and reproductive systems. And finally, I will review the doctor's orders for this patient. I will use all of this information to determine the patient's real and potential problems. Here's an example to put it into perspective. Let's say that this patient has just had a right hip replacement. Now we know that she will need to continue her activities of daily living. She still has to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, bathe, groom, and dress. And after my assessment, I know that she did all of those things herself until today. However, she cannot get out of bed for any reason for the next 3 days. So, since we know that she must stay in bed, I have to figure out how to meet all of her ADL needs. The easiest way to evaluate basic needs is using the TEAMS method: toileting, eating, ADLs, mobility, and special. As the RN, I'll take all the information I gathered during the assessment to figure out the best way to help her. She can't get out of bed, so I have to figure out the best way to meet her elimination needs: bedpan or catheter. I also know she is at risk for constipation. Since she's not moving much and she's on pain medication, this is a potential problem. She can feed herself, but the trays must be brought to her in bed. She can't sit all the way up because of surgery, but she can't eat lying flat either. She has dentures, so they must be within reach at mealtimes. And they must be cleaned daily. She's able to clean herself as long as the supplies are brought to her, but she can't reach her legs or feet, so she'll need help. She is on total bed rest for 3 days. And she also needs her dressing changed every day. You can see how the RN uses all the information available to create a plan of care specifically for this patient. This is called a care plan, and it's something that only an RN can do. Of course, this was a simplified version of the care planning process. A real patient's care plan is much more extensive. Every single aspect of her health, condition, and ability level will be evaluated in order to help her. Even the smallest decision can have long-term consequences. The RN will write a detailed care plan for the entire healthcare team to follow, and the care plan must be followed exactly.
So every patient will have a different care plan?
That's correct, Ben. Every care plan will be different because every patient will be different. Even patients that seem alike because they have a similar diagnosis or have had the same surgery may have differences in care. CNAs don't have enough education or experience to know all the differences. So as a CNA, your job is to read and follow the care plan for every individual patient. In fact, you could say that your job is to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. Do you think you can do that? Can you follow directions exactly?
I can.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yes.
Awesome. Then you're well on your way to being a great CNA. But helping patients with ADLs isn't all that you will do. You are also there to help the nurses by making observations. The CNAs are the hands and the feet of the patient. If the patient is cold and cannot reach their sweater, you will get it for them. If the patient can't brush their own teeth, then you will do that for them. If the patient can't get up to shower, then you will help them stay clean. You will become their hands and feet to help patients with things that they can't do themselves. But you are also the eyes and the ears of the healthcare team. You will report everything you see, hear, smell, or feel to the nurse. This is the most important task that you have as a CNA. If you see redness around a wound, you must report it. If you hear the patient wheezing after walking to the toilet, you must report it. If you feel that a patient's skin appears warmer than usual, you must report it. If you notice that a patient is coughing when eating, you must report it. As a CNA, you will be spending much more time with the patient than the nurse does. So you will be in a position to notice a lot more about the patient. The nurse needs this information to make decisions about the patient's care. Reporting these observations gives the nurse another assessment opportunity. That new assessment may even change the tasks you are assigned to perform. This is called the nursing process, and here's how it works. The RN assesses the patient and develops the care plan. This gives you specific tasks to do. While doing those tasks, you notice things. You report those observations to the RN, and the RN performs another assessment to review the changes in the patient. That new assessment prompts changes in the care plan, and this gives the CNA new tasks to do. And the cycle continues around and around as the patient gets better or worse. This is a continuous process until the patient is discharged.
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying the care plan is going to change all the time?
Yes, it could, depending on the needs of the patient. Let me give you an example. The care plan told you to make an occupied bed in room 201. As you changed the sheets, you noticed that the skin on the patient's backside was red and irritated. You notified the nurse, who then reassessed the patient. The nurse decided that the patient needed to be repositioned every 2 hours around the clock. This was added to the care plan as another task for the CNA. Using this model, we can respond to the needs of the patient quickly as their needs change. But it also works for patients that are getting better too. You've been assisting Mr. Hopkins with transferring out of bed and into a chair after surgery. But you notice he isn't leaning on you any longer. You notify the nurse. The nurse reassesses the patient and decides that the patient can transfer on his own now. The care plan is changed, and this task is removed from the care plan since the patient is improving.
Doesn't this mean that I'm going to be bothering the nurse all the time? Won't they be annoyed?
The nurse should never be annoyed with you for reporting changes in the patient. They are legally liable for every aspect of that patient's care. Since the nurse requires that information to plan the patient's care, they expect to receive updates from you on the changes that you see. But how often you will have to report changes to the nurse will depend on the setting you are working in. Nursing home patients are pretty stable and don't really change all that often. That's pretty common for long-term care facilities, like nursing homes and ALFs and even home care. But in other settings, like hospitals, rehabilitation centers, and hospice, patients' health can change rapidly. In those settings, nurses and CNAs are going to work closely, and constant communication is required. Since CNAs must follow the care plan and are not allowed to alter it, they can't solve problems. The RN is ultimately legally responsible for the care of that patient. If you have information about the patient that you're not giving to the nurse, the patient can suffer, and the nurse is legally liable for that. Remember, you are an assistant. You are there to help, but the nurse is always in charge of the patient. So all changes, regardless of how minor they seem to you, must be reported to the RN. When the patient is stable, you will not have much to report and may go days without talking to the RN. But if you notice something, then it must be reported, even if you don't think it matters. If you aren't reporting observations, the nurse can't rely on you anymore. And if the RN can't rely on you, then you aren't a good assistant to that nurse. You must report to the nurse everything you see, hear, smell, or feel. Be a good assistant and report all changes and observations. This is the most important job you have. So the care plan is developed by the RN, gives the team tasks, CNAs follow the care plan, and report changes. Let's recap what we learned today. Can you tell me how a CNA knows what each patient needs?
The
care plan.
As a CNA, you follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but
The care plan.
anything unusual that you notice about the patient, you must report it to
The nurse.
Great job. For the exam, you will receive a care plan. What should you do?
Follow it exactly.
That's correct. If you don't follow the care plan, you will fail the exam. It's that simple. Now that you understand the care plan, I can show you how the skills will be done for the exam. But remember, you must always read and follow the care plan. That's a big part of the skills exam. Take the brief quiz below to make sure you understand. See you in the next lesson.
I know. It's rude, right? Turn those lights on. It wakes you up. All right. So how do CNAs know what to do with each patient? The care plan. Yeah, it's the easy answer. Easy answer. So the easy answer in this class for everything is the care plan. On the written exam, you are going to get some questions about this, and the questions are intentionally going to try to trick you. We call these CNA questions. CNA stands for Changes Need Assessment. So when you're reading a question on the state exam, on the written test, and it says you are assigned to, whatever comes after that is what you have to do. Okay, you are assigned to walk a patient to a bathroom. What do you need to do? Walk them to the bathroom. Okay. Now, the next sentence is going to give you a reason why you shouldn't do that. Okay. So it'll say something like the patient says they're too tired, or the patient says they don't need to go, or it'll give you some excuse, right? So we always follow the care plan. So that sentence, you can cross it right out. It has no bearing on you whatsoever, unless it's an emergency. Now, if that sentence says the patient says that they're dizzy, oh, wait, we don't want to walk that person, right? So as a CNA, we have 3 options. We follow the care plan. We encourage the patient to follow the care plan, or we notify the nurse. That's it. That's it. So those questions on the state exam, super easy. If it says you are assigned to, we're going to do that action unless there's an emergency or a safety concern. If the patient says they don't want to, we're going to encourage them. And if we still can't follow the care plan, we're going to let the nurse know. So you have just answered about 30% of the questions on the state exam. That easy. We follow the care plan. It's that one sentence that's designed to trip you up. Get rid of that sentence that's designed to trip you up, that's designed to make you think. Do CNAs think? No, we follow the care plan or we report it to the nurse. We don't make decisions. Does that make sense? Good. So those questions on the state exam, super easy. Super easy. If we're assigned to do it, we're going to do it. If the patient gives us any pushback, we're going to encourage them to get on board. If we can't follow the care plan, we're going to let the nurse know. That's it. Good? Easy? So I'm going to give you these tips as we go through the program that's going to help you figure out how to answer those written test questions. Now, if you're on social media, any social media, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube Shorts. I am getting ready to start uploading a question of the day on all of these platforms that go over exactly what we just did. So that's a follow the care plan question, right? So those questions, I'll show you the question for answer choices and explain it. So if you're getting ready for the test, that would probably be a really good thing to follow because you'll have probably 30 of those questions before you ever get to the test. Good? Good. I also have an ebook that explains all of this in detail. All right. So does anybody have any questions on skill rules? Anybody have any questions? Yep.
You were talking about, the questions on the test. So we have only two answers. You said, follow the.
You really have three. Okay. So follow the care plan. Okay. Do exactly what it says. Encourage the patient to follow the care plan. So if it's not a safety issue, if the patient just says, I don't want to, I'm too tired, don't feel like it, we're going to encourage them to do what the care plan wants them to do. And then the third answer is notify the nurse. And we have to go through all three of those to get to notify the nurse. Has to be done in order. Good? Good. All right. So in your yellow book, the Hartman book, I know I told you that was for homework. Go to the index, right? The very back of the book, the index, and look up care plan. So we should expect, we know the care plan is what tells us what to do, right? So we should expect this whole book is about the care plan. Care plan should probably be on every page of this book. But if you look in the index for care plan, anybody see it? Yeah, it tells you to go to page 7 and 8. So it's mentioned once in this book. Once. So let's go to page 7 to see what it says. Surely there's a whole big explanation about the care plan on page 7, right? You would expect? Yeah, at the bottom of page 7, you get one paragraph. That's it. That's all this book talks about the care plan. This is why this is your homework reading book and it's not our classroom book, because it does not effectively prepare you for your job as a CNA. Does that make sense? Now, it has a lot of additional information that we do need, right? It's going to talk to you about body systems. It's going to talk to you about human growth and development. It's going to talk to you about nutrition and rehabilitation. So a lot of theory here. And you're going to go home and read those chapters. And that's good. But understand that if there's ever a conflict between this book and me, I win. Because I am telling you about the care plan, and the care plan is what gives us our instructions for each person. And that's important because everybody is an individual. Everybody is different. Even people with the same medical conditions are going to be different from each other. You can have two diabetic patients sitting in the same place, eating the same meal at the same time, and their blood sugars are going to do something completely different. Even though they're both diabetic, eating the same meal in the same place at the same time, their bodies will react differently. We are all different. So we have to have a system that treats patients differently based on their unique characteristics. And that's what the care plan does. Does that make sense? Good. We can't treat everybody exactly the same. That doesn't work. Good. Good. Got it? All right, let's see how well you got it. All right, so in the little animated movie, we talked about the nursing process. Now, this is the CNA part of the nursing process. We perform the tasks as indicated on the care plan. We make observations and we report those observations to the nurse. Now, before today, when you thought about CNA, you thought about this. This is what you focused on, what you have to do. And that's what you're here to learn. How am I going to do foot care? How do I take a pulse? How do I? You're focused here. And we're going to go over all that. I'm going to make sure that you're the best at this that you can be. That's easy. That is not what makes a CNA. 2/3 of our job is here. How many of you guys have brushed your teeth this month? Month. Have you brushed your teeth this month?
Yes.
So y'all know how to brush your teeth, right? You wet your toothbrush, get a little toothpaste on it, scrub, rinse, spit, dry. You guys all know how to brush it. You don't need me to teach you how to brush teeth. You got it down. How many guys have eaten this month? Oh, well, you know how to do that too, right? How many of you guys have toileted this month? Oh, you know how to do that. You don't need me for that. We're still going to go over it. I'm still going to teach you these skills because we're doing them on other people. And there's a few safety things that we need to know. We're going to learn this, but that is not what makes you a CNA. You guys all do that yourselves now when you're not CNAs. Those skills do not make you a CNA. Right now, you can go to work in an assisted living facility. Any assisted living facility. They'll hire you. You don't have to be a CNA. You don't have to be trained. They'll train you because they're helping people with bathing and dressing and grooming and feeding and all the things that you do for yourselves every day. You don't need any special training for that. So, if anybody can do this, what makes a CNA a CNA? This. You have to know what to report, and you have to know when to report it. And this is the thing that makes a CNA a CNA. Good? Make sense? Okay, so we have to learn this stuff. And this is where I really want you to focus your time and attention. Yes, skills are important. We're going to learn those. We're going to learn why steps are important, and we're going to learn those because of this. Good? Make sense? Okay, but none of these skills that we're going to learn are hard. None of them are hard. You guys do most of this stuff for yourself. We're going to learn a few new things, but most of it you do for yourselves. Okay, good? Any questions so far? All right, so the first principle that we have learned is that CNAs perform skills as directed on the care plan. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan, okay? Now, while we're doing that, we need to be observing for abnormalities, changes, pain. Oh, that's the other thing. I forgot to go over that with you. So CNA means changes need assessment. It actually means certified nursing assistant, but in our world, changes need assessment. So if you're reading a test question and the question has a change in the patient, they suddenly, a new symptom, you notice, right? If you see any of those words, that's a change. A change needs assessment. Who's the one that does assessments? Do you guys remember that from the video? Who does assessments? The nurse, right. So CNAs don't assess, we notice. So if changes need assessment, then who needs to know about the changes? The nurse. So if a question has a change, what's the right answer? Tell the nurse. Yeah, that's another 30% of your questions. So you now have about 60% of the answers you need on the written test. Pretty cool, right? There's a formula that you can use. And when you use this formula, it makes that written test like super easy. Because by the time I'm done with you, you will know exactly how to identify a question and to choose the right answer using a formula. Not a guess, not memorization, a formula. So I'm going to make the written test super easy. Okay, good? Good. All right. So let's see if we have learned what we needed to learn. So go to page 20 in your book. White book. We're done with the yellow book. You're going to take that home and read it. Not my favorite book. It's good for homework reading. I won't diss it for that. It's good for homework reading, but not for the class. So this is what page 20 looks like. Those of you playing along at home, page 20 in your book, you can you turn to page 20. If you don't have this book, Jake will put up the link at the bottom for you guys to order it. If you're on YouTube, it should be right there in my store. Just go to my store on YouTube. You can order it. All right. So here, you've got 4 care plans and 8 questions. So each one of these questions relates to that care plan. So I want you to take about 5 minutes and answer those 8 questions. Answer as many as you can. Just take the time and answer as many of those as you can. And we're going to see there's pens and pencils and stuff in on the table for you. We're going to see if you really have that concept. Jake, can you make a note for me? Bring back the stands, display stands. About 2 minutes left. And then we'll go over these questions. For those of you just joining us, we're on page 20 of the CNA Skills Study Guide, this book. We're on page 20. 1 minute. If you don't get it done, that's fine. You can go back and finish it later. All right. So let's take a look at the questions here. And I want to go over a couple of them in particular. So number 1 says you receive the displayed care plan. How far will you walk this patient? What do you guys think? Why? Easy answer. Why? Because the care plan told us, right? You guys are all expecting trick. You're expecting trick questions. So the trick is you read and it tells you what you need to know. That's the trick. Trick is there is no trick.
I was reading at least 10 steps.
Okay.
Not at least. But it did say only 10.
Yeah.
So I was like, it can be until the patient gets tired.
Okay, so that's one of the answers that a lot of people pick is until the patient gets tired. But that's not what the care plan says, right? The care plan doesn't say until they get fatigued or until they wear out. It says at least 10 steps. That's it.
So 10 steps.
10 steps. Yep. Yep.
Okay. Well, that's what I answered.
Yeah. And so we don't need to know why. All of you guys are like, well, why? That doesn't make any sense. Well, what if we're increasing the patient's step count 1 a day? It's a possibility. Okay. We have a patient who's undergoing rehabilitation and we're just trying to increase their range 1 step per day. That's an achievable goal. We don't need to know the why. We read the care plan and we answer it. Good? All right, let's look at number 2. What is required to assist this patient to stand? What do you guys think? Why? Easy answer. Why? Because the care plan tells us. Yeah. So some of you guys were kind of tempted to do a walker, right, for stability. Can we make that decision? No. No, we follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. So if you were tempted to add a walker into this equation, you took a left turn somewhere. Don't do that. If you think the patient needs a walker, who should we tell? The nurse. Absolutely. That's a safety issue. That gets reported to the nurse. We don't make that decision. Good? You're starting to see that this is going to get really easy here really quick because we don't have to think. All right, let's go down to number 3. So now number 3 is about exercising. It says you receive the displayed care plan, which body part will you exercise? But let's think about exercise for a second. We all know that exercises is good for you, especially if you're recovering from something, right? You're weak. We want to increase your stamina. We want to increase your activity. Exercise is a great idea. In fact, the less time a patient spends down, the better their immune system works. So exercise is a big part of what we do. Activity, getting them out of bed, moving around, good for the whole body. Whole body. And we're going to talk about that in a later episode. But so if we're looking at this, right? So what extremities should we exercise if we know exercise is good for us? What extremities should we exercise? The ones on the, what do you guys think? Easy answer. Yeah, the care plan, whatever's on the care plan. So is, okay, so is both hips, knees, and ankles the right answer? Why? Because the care plan doesn't say that. We don't know what's happening with this patient. So let me explain to you why going off script can be a really bad idea. This patient, right, we're assigned to exercise the patient's right hip, knee, and ankle. This patient has a blood clot in their left leg. We don't know that. There's no need for us to know that because our job is to read and follow the care plan. So if we go in there and we think exercise is good, I'm going to exercise both legs because you're in bed. If we exercise that left leg and that blood clot breaks free and goes to the heart or the lungs and kills the patient, whose fault is that? Ours. Because we did not follow the care plan. Now, the nurses are the ones with liability, but the nurse is going to point to that care plan and say, I only told you to exercise the right leg. Who gave you the authority to exercise the other one? Nobody. If you're out there acting on your own, there is nobody to cover your liability. Good? Make sense? We follow the care plan because there's always information we don't know about that patient. Good? Good. All right, now let's go all the way down to the bottom. Number 7. You received this displayed care plan. What vital signs are you required to obtain? The pulse. We're not going to take all the vital signs while we're in there?
No.
Why?
Care plan doesn't say that.
Care plan doesn't say it. We're going to just do the pulse, right? Now, let's go down to number 9. Now, number 9 is super important, and I'm going to tell you that pulse is the number 1 failed skill on the state exam. This is the skill that is failed more than any other skill. And the reason for that is number 9. Number 9 asks, how long are we going to count this pulse for? I'm sorry, 8. I'm sorry. That's my fault. Why? Easy answer. Because care plan said 1 full minute. So we're going to count this pulse for 1 full minute because the care plan told us to. We don't need to know why. We're just going to count for 1 full minute. Now, if you go onto YouTube and you type in, how long do you take a pulse? A million videos are going to show up. And all of them are going to say something different. You will have everything from 1 full minute to 15 seconds and multiply that by 4 to get your full minute, or 30 seconds and multiply by 2 to get your full minute, or use a pulse ox, which is this little gadget here. Looks like a clothespin, right? You turn it on, you put it on the finger, and it gives you numbers. One of the numbers is a pulse, right? So you're going to have all kinds of videos showing you all different ways to take a pulse. And then you'll have videos that say, well, yes, you can take a pulse down here at the wrist, but you can also take one up here. You can listen to the heart. You can take one in the groin. That's the femoral pulse, behind the knee, the top of the foot. There's lots of different pulse points. Pick one. Who's right? Say it loud.
Care plan.
The care plan, because they're all correct. They're all correct, but not necessarily for this patient. Good. We have to know which one we have to do for this patient. Now, this care plan specifically says 1 full minute. And we don't know why the nurse wants us to count for 1 full minute. We don't need to know why the nurse wants us to count for 1 full minute. We're simply going to count the pulse for 1 full minute because that's what we're told to do. Good? Does that make sense? Okay, that is why this is the most failed skill on the state exam. Because for the test, these are the testing care plans. When you go take your clinical skills test, if you get pulse, this is exactly what that pulse care plan is going to tell you to do, word for word. This is exactly what feeding care plan you would get if you're assigned to feed a patient. This is exactly the care plan for range of motion shoulder or hip, knee, and ankle. This is exactly ambulate with a gait belts care plan. Now, for the test, we have 20 skills we have to learn. I've just given you 4 of them. Do you want the rest? Would you like the rest of the testing care plan? So you know when you get to the test, what the test is going to ask you to do? Okay. So if you want the rest, go to page 25. When you go take the state exam, you are going to get a set, a care plan set. Looks like this. Each one of these sets has 3 predetermined skills on it. For the test, there are 11 sets that the computer is going to choose from. You have them all right here. Okay. So you are going to be given this. They're going to read it to you because they can't even trust that you know how to read. They're going to read it to you. And you are going to do these skills in the order listed. So you would do this skill first, you'll do this skill second, and you'll do this skill third in the order listed. But these are, what you have here is this packet. So what we need to know is whatever the care plan tells us to do is what we're going to do. This is a giant game of Simon Says. Do you guys remember playing Simon Says in elementary school? You guys remember that game? Right? If Simon said to do something and you didn't do it, you were out. If Simon didn't say to do something and you did it, you were out. Well, instead of Simon, it's the care plan. If the care plan tells you to do something and you don't do it, you're out. You fail the test. If the care plan doesn't tell you to do something and you do it, you are out. You fail the test. It's Simon Says. Where people go wrong on the test is they start to try to solve problems. They try to think. They try to add stuff in because they think that it's relevant. If it was relevant, the nurse would have it in there. Good? Makes sense? Makes sense? All right. So for the test, we get a care plan. We follow it exactly. That's it. If the care plan asks you to stand on 1 foot while you're doing something, what are you going to do? Stand on 1 foot. You don't need to know why. Just do it. Yeah, Nike, just do it. Okay. Make sense? Okay. All right. So page 24 tells you how these care plan sets are set up. Each one of these papers, right? Each one, and like I said, there's 11 of them. Each one of these has 1 ADL skill. Do you guys remember what ADLs were? Those were activities of daily living, things we do for ourselves every day. Bathing, dressing, grooming, bathing. Yeah, I did that twice, sorry. ADLs, things we do for ourselves every day. You're going to get one of those skills. One of them. You will also get a mobility skill. Now, a mobility skill are things that where we move the patient in some way. So range of motion, exercises, that's a mobility skill. Ambulate is a mobility skill. Transferring out of bed and into a wheelchair, that's a mobility skill. Turning a patient on their side in bed, we're moving the patient, mobility skill. So you'll get 1 ADL skill. You'll get 1 mobility skill. But you're also going to get 1 documentation skill. Everybody gets a documentation skill. So if you look at page 25, go back to page 25 real quick, and you look at the first one there. Measure and record respirations, that's a documentation skill. Range of motion, that's a mobility skill. Dressing a resident, that's an ADL skill. So each one of these has 1 documentation skill, 1 mobility skill, and 1 ADL skill on each one of these clipboards. So it's not random. It's not random. Does that make sense? So this slide shows you your documentation skills, which is pulse, respirations, feeding, and emptying the drainage bag. This shows you all of the mobility skills and all of the ADL skills. You're going to get one from each of those categories. Good? Not random. Now, it's important that you understand the evaluators do not pick your skills. When you go take the test, the evaluator isn't going to flip through this and go, yeah, I don't like that one. I'm going to give her the hardest skills. Doesn't work that way. The computer picks your skill set when you register for the exam. It's already coded in. So by the time you get to the testing center to actually test, those skills are already set for you. Nobody can change that. Does that make sense? Okay. So if you happen to park in the parking spot that the evaluator likes to use and she's ticked off at you that day, it's not going to affect the skills you get. Good. Okay. All right. So I'm going to pass this around. So these are the ones we use in the classroom. They're always up here. You can use them when you're in here practicing. You will get practice time in class toward the end of the program, not for the first 2 weeks. I got too much to tell you in 2 weeks to get you ready so that you can practice. Okay. So first 2 weeks, just learn. After that, we'll have a little bit of time at the end of each class session. So we'll start out with maybe 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll go to 30 to 40 minutes, and then we'll go to close to an hour. Okay, good. Now, on the back of this, let's steal that. You guys remember this page that you checked your name and stuff? On the back of this is the sign-up sheet for practice time. So the week after graduation, so you guys graduate on May 20th. That next week, we open up the classroom for practice. Now, the problem is that Monday is Memorial Day, so you guys won't be able to come in and practice that day. But Wednesday is open for you. So right here is the sign-up sheet for practice on Wednesday. It is by reservation only. So you have to sign up for practice that day. Because if nobody's going to be here, I'm not going to pay Jake to sit here because he's going to be here for practice. Okay. Now, if you sign up, that's great. We'll be here to help you. If you sign up for practice and you can't make it, please make sure you text me or call me and let me know, or send an email. Let me know that you're not going to be here. Now, this will be circulating every class, so you don't have to sign up today. When it gets closer to graduation, that's when this becomes a little more important. But do know that you will have a little bit of practice time for the last 2 weeks in class, but most of your practice time will be the week after graduation. Sound fair? Okay. You can also practice at home. But when you're in here practicing, this is always available for you. So it has those skill sets. On the back side are the checklists that the evaluators are going to use. This is the exact checklist that you're going to be graded on. Now, you're going to have this information in your book. I'll show it to you in a little while. You don't have to take pictures of this. This is available for you, but it's in here to practice. You can also purchase these if you really, really, really need to. This is what they look like. You can purchase these from us, but you have everything that you need in your book, okay? So just use my classroom set when you come in and practice. But I'll pass this around so you guys can see what it looks like. There you go. All right, we also have a pocket version of this. They're little care plan cards. A lot of students will get these instead of the big ones, but this is just like a little pocket set. But remember, you have this in your book on page 25, so you can make your own. Use this as a template, make your own, but it has the care plan sets on them. All right. Any questions on any of that? I have a lot of resources to help you out. You don't need any of them beyond what we've given you for class, but some of them may be helpful for study. That's why I like to let you know what's available to you. Use it or not. So let's talk about your scope of practice. This is on page 22. And up here, you'll see I have a video on this. I'm not going to show you the video. I'm going to talk to you instead. But there is a video for this. And what this page explains to you is the importance of following the care plan. Because when we don't follow the care plan, our patients can pay the price. So let's look at that first little scenario next to the lady, this one right here. Okay. Says the care plan says the patient must remain upright from 7 to 9 a.m. every morning. That's what our care plan says. So between 7 and 9 a.m., how should your patient be positioned? Sitting up. Says the patient is sitting in a chair at the bedside and asks the CNA to assist them back to bed at 8:15 because of back pain. So care plan says between 7 and 9, they have to be sitting up. At 8:15, they ring the call light, say, hey, my back hurts, put me back in bed. Should the CNA put the patient back in bed? Why? Because it contradicts the care plan. What should the CNA do instead? Tell the nurse, because that's a change. What happens to changes? They have to be reported. Make sense? Now, why is this important? What you don't know, what the CNA doesn't know in this scenario. And a lot of CNAs, I mean, if 45 minutes ago, you guys probably would have put her back to bed. She complained of back pain. She wants to go back to bed. You would have put her back in bed. Care plan, I don't care about that. Patient needs help, I'm going to put her back in bed. What you don't know is this patient takes a medication at 7 a.m. every morning that can literally eat the esophagus. Eat the esophagus. If she's laying down, all of that stuff in the stomach is going to go up her esophagus. And that means that the medication is going to eat her esophagus. So it's kind of important that she's upright so the stuff stays where it's supposed to stay. Make sense? There is always information you don't know about that patient. If as a nurse, I had to explain every decision I made to you, nothing's going to get done. I just need you to do what I ask you to do without question. Does that make sense? Good. That's why the system exists the way it does. So let me explain to you why this is important. So as a nurse, I went to school for many years to learn how to assess. That's really why I went to school. I had to learn all kinds of stuff. Pathophysiology, anatomy and physiology, pharmacology, all kinds of stuff, lab values and disease processes and how disease processes compound and all kinds of stuff, right? I got all this stuff running around in my head. Now, that's all information I need to be able to assess this patient. I have to put that information to work. So my job is to look at this person, figure out what's wrong with them, and any potential problems. That's the real thing, right? We got to prevent bad stuff from happening. It's not just enough to take care of the stuff they've already got. I got to prevent more bad stuff from happening. So my job is to assess this patient. I'm looking for real problems and potential problems, and that's a long process. That takes a lot of time. Not only do I have to look at the patient and talk to them and find out about them, I've got to go look at the chart and the labs and the meds and coordinate with other departments. It's a lot of work. Now, as I'm doing all of that work on this patient, that one over there hits the call light and says, I have to pee. Now, I could leave this and go over there and help that patient pee. I could. Sure. But do you think that things might get dropped in the middle of that? I might forget a small detail. Especially because after that patient pees and I get them back into bed, another call light goes off and that person needs the remote control that fell on the floor. And then another call light goes off and that patient needs a blanket because it's cold in here, right? So I'm running around answering these call lights, taking care of these little routine things, when what I really need to be doing is planning this patient's care. And right now, this patient is at a total standstill. Nothing is happening with them while I'm doing all those other things. So what I need is a helper. I need somebody that I can point to and say, hey, can you go help that patient toilet? This is what you need to know, right? She can walk. She's not dizzy or anything, but she just needs a little help getting there. You can do that. Perfectly okay. Now, I don't want you reinventing stuff. I just want you to do what I ask you to do, right? And I can ask you, hey, that call light's going off. Can you go see what they need? You know, if they need a remote, just pick it up for them. She keeps dropping it. Just pick it up for them. I want you to follow those instructions. I don't want you to come up with a fancy contraption and a gadget to figure out how to keep her remote on her bed. I didn't ask you to do that. I just asked you to go give her remote. I want you to be able to follow directions you're given. That's the role of a CNA. And if I've got CNAs that do that, that frees me up to do this. Does that make sense? That's why CNAs have to be able to follow directions exactly. Because otherwise, if I can't trust you to do that, that means I have to go do all of those things. And now my patient isn't getting the care they need. And if you're this body, that's going to matter to you. That's going to matter to you. Does that make sense? Good? All right. That's our scope of practice. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, nothing but the care plan, make observations, and report those back to the nurse. All right. So when we're talking about the scope of practice, we have to talk about this. This is on page 13. So when I was creating this program, I've been doing this for over 20 years now. And my program 20 years ago was not what you see today. Way different. I have developed a whole bunch of tools along the way to make this a little bit easier for you to learn and to make it easier for you to apply out there where it counts. If you've ever heard an instructor say, well, yeah, that's not how it's really done in the real world. Anybody ever have an instructor say, you got to learn this for the test, but in the real world, something different? That is the worst statement in education. Because what that tells you is everything I'm teaching you means nothing. Means nothing. So that means when you're out there working, you're going to start making up your own stuff. You'll make up your own rules. And that is not what CNA is all about. So that should never be an answer for anything. It's not the test and the real world. The test is the real world. So everything I'm teaching you isn't just for the test. It is also for the real world. So everything we're going to learn, understand that it must be applied when you get out there and you start working with real patients, no matter what your coworkers tell you. This must be applied. All right, so this little graphic here is what I created to help you understand this concept. So this is a bigger version of it. Well, we already know this. This is the foundation of everything the CNA is. Everything we do. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan, period. That keeps us grounded. That tells us what to do. That's our foundation. Now, while we're doing that, we kind of need some hard limits to keep us in our scope of practice so we're not out there flying blind. And those firm boundaries are our walls. So one of our walls is this one over here. CNAs do normal. What does that mean? Normal for a CNA is a routine task. Routine task. Something you can do with your eyes closed. Routine task. And it has to be done on a stable patient. CNAs do not work on unstable patients. So a question I get asked a lot is, can a CNA work in the ICU? Well, some ICUs might hire a CNA, but they're not going to work on the unstable patient. They're going to help the patients that are transitioning from ICU to another setting. They're going to be doing routine tasks on stable patients. Does that make sense? Because CNAs cannot think. And if your patient is unstable, that means they're constantly changing. And if we can't think, how are we going to accommodate those changes? Good. CNAs should never, ever, ever, ever find themselves in a situation where they are making a decision. In fact, in your mind, if you ever hear your brain say the words, I think, stop. Stop. Because you are about to make a decision. Not in our scope of practice. So routine task on stable patient that we have been trained to do. So that's a big part of this. You have to be trained to do these tasks. And that's why I'm going to show you how to brush teeth. I get to show you that. I'm going to show you how to wash your hands. I'm going to show you how to make a bed, right? I'm going to show you all these tasks because we have to make sure you've been trained to do these things correctly. But once you get out there in the clinical setting, you can be trained to do other things as well, not just what I train you to do. So I may, once you start working for me, we got a good relationship, I can trust you, you do exactly what you're told to do. In this setting, I may train you to do things like take out IVs. Perfectly okay. Now, training can be at the bedside. I can take you into the bedside and I can show you how to do stuff. And then I watch you do it. And I tell you, okay, from now on stable patients, when I ask you to do this, you've been trained, you can do it. If you have any questions or problems, you let me know first. Okay. You can be trained. So training can be at the bedside. Training can also be in a classroom. An employer may come to you and say, hey, I want you to learn EKG. We got a class starting on Tuesday. Be there. You can be trained to do other tasks. What you can't do is, I want you to take out an IV. I'm not going to give you training. Just go in there and wing it. Good luck. Go watch a YouTube video and do what they do. No, that's not training. That's not training. Got it? Now, training, though, is a bit tricky. So every state has different rules for CNAs. There is no national CNA certification. And there's some scam artists out there that are trying to sell you guys national. There is no such thing. There isn't. So don't fall for the scammers because they'll charge you like $350, swear you can go anywhere, and they took your money and ran. So be careful. Every state has different rules. So if you're a Florida CNA and you want to go to New York and be a New York CNA, there's a pathway for that. And I'll explain that in the last class. There is a pathway for that, but there is no one size fits all license. Good? Make sense? All right. So for when we're talking about what you're allowed to do in each state, the state statutes are going to influence that. Now, Florida's wide open. Florida's like, yeah, whatever the nurse wants to train you to do, you can do. We don't care. Florida's wide open. Other states are a little more restrictive. They actually detail things that CNAs cannot do. So you would need to apply, to apply the rules of that state. Now, so we have state statutes. Below that is going to be the employer. Now, wherever you go to work, that employer is taking responsibility for your action. So if your patient, for whatever reason, decides to sue, they're not suing you. You don't have anything. You've got like a car, right? I'm not going to get anything out of you. You don't make much money. So they're not going to sue you. They're probably not even going to sue the nurse because the nurse doesn't have much more than you do. So who are they going to sue? The facility, because the facility has big insurance policies. That's who the patient's going to go after. So the company is the one on the hook. Does that make sense? So the company is going to decide, yeah, our state statutes say you can do everything, but we're not taking liability for that. Here, our CNAs are only allowed to do these things. So you need to know what your state statutes allow and what your facility allows, and then what your nurse has trained you on. Make sense? Got it for training? Okay, so routine tasks that you've been trained to do on stable patients according to the care plan. So just because, let's say I'm a CNA and I'm working in an outpatient surgery center, and in my last place of employment, they trained me to take out IVs. Just because all of that may be true, I can't take this patient's IV out unless it is on the care plan. Good? Make sense? That's actually an important component of this, because there was a situation not too terribly long ago where that actually happened. A CNA was just doing tasks that they knew how to do when they thought it was appropriate, and the patient, the nurse did not tell them to take the IV out. The nurse said, the patient is scheduled for discharge later today, but we don't have the orders yet. CNA went in and took everything out, got the patient ready to go for discharge, thinking they're doing a good job. Well, the patient ended up with a crisis and they had no IV in. That's a problem. That delays treatment. That's a problem, right? And everybody's looking around and go, why doesn't this patient have access? Why is there no IV? So we have to be careful that we're not preempting tasks. We don't make those decisions. We do what we're told, when we're told, how we're told. Good? Good. All right, so that's one of our walls. CNAs do normal. The other wall is this, principles guide performance. So this, everything on that back wall is going to tell us how to follow the care plan. These are our rules that we're going to follow. This tells us how. So this tells us what, this tells us when, and this tells us how. We still have to learn all of this. We got a ways to go yet. All right, and then above it all, above everything, we have to remember that it's always about the patient. Why are we there? Why are we there? So while we're doing these things, we need to make sure that we're treating our patients well, that we're being nice to them, that we meet them where they are, right? It's always about the patient. So a question I get asked a lot during this program, as I'm demonstrating these skills and you're watching the videos, you're going to come up with, well, do I have to say everything you say when I'm doing these tasks? And the answer is, well, you should. You should, because this patient doesn't know what you're doing with their body. You took a class to be a CNA. You know what step is coming up next. They don't. So you should say everything that you're doing so your patient is aware of what's coming next. Does that make sense? We have to remember it's always about them, not us. And here's the secret to passing the state exam. The clinical skills. Here is the secret. The test is not about you. Never has been, never will be. That test is not about you. That evaluator has that checklist over there, and you think they're grading you on what you are doing. What they're grading is how the patient is receiving care. That's two different things. You may be providing that care, but the focus is on the patient. So I hear a lot. Our YouTube channel is absolutely massive. I have like 170,000 subscribers and like 70 million views. I mean, we're like huge on YouTube. And I get this a lot on my YouTube channel. People will post comments. I failed because I forgot one step. I forgot this. I forgot that. That puts the focus on you. You have nothing to do with this. It's that step had an impact on this patient. What was that impact and how important was it? It's not the step that counts, it's the impact that counts. And if you can make that little switch in your brain, if you can understand that every one of these steps has an impact on the patient that may be important, if you can make that switch, that clinical test becomes super easy. Super easy. Okay? And then the other thing above everything else is, of course, we report all observations, which we already know. 2/3 of our job. So this is our scope of practice. We follow the care plan. We do normal. We follow the principles. It's always about the patient. And we report everything we see, hear, smell, and feel. That is our scope of practice. So a question I get asked a lot in this is, what if the nurse wants me to do something new? Take out an IV, take out a catheter, do something I'm not familiar with. The answer to that is, have you been trained? If the answer to that question is no, then no, you can't do it. If you've been trained to do it, then yes. If they're asking you to do it, it's a routine task, it's on a stable patient, you've been trained to do it, then yes, you can. Because in order for the nurse to ask you to do that, they have to know it's in the statutes and in your facility's policy procedure. The nurse is responsible for checking that. Page 14 is going to go over all of that. That process is called delegation. And I'm not going to go into this in detail, but just remember that nurses delegate tasks. I am the one that decides, hey, can you go do this for me? I'm busy doing a consult. Can you go do that for me? That's called delegation. It can be verbal. It can be written on a care plan. For the test, it's always written on the care plan. But you are performing tasks as directed by the nurse. Period. That's called delegation. Now, there's 5 rules that I, as the nurse, have to follow in order to delegate. It's a very, very designated process that I have to follow. What you have to know is, have I been trained to do this? That's the part you have to know. Now, you probably will have a question on the state exam that's going to ask you something like, you have not been trained to perform a task and a nurse asks you to perform it. What do you do? 1, or A, watch a YouTube video quickly. B, ask another CNA to do this. C, give it your best shot. Or D, tell the nurse you have not been trained. Yeah, you would tell the nurse you have not been trained. Now, B is not correct. And a lot of people would choose B, ask another CNA to do this. Delegation, let me go back one. Delegation is always done from nurse to CNA, never CNA to CNA. CNAs do not delegate, ever. So if I ask you to do something, you can't turn around and ask her to do it. Okay, even if you're running behind. If you're running behind, who should know? The nurse. You don't get to ask another person to do it. Make sense? Good? CNAs do not delegate. Delegation is a nursing function. You probably will have a test question on that. All right. You do not have liability. CNAs do not have liability. You don't have enough for people to sue for. You don't have liability, except if you operate outside of your scope of practice. So if you go in and do something I didn't ask you to do, if you start exercising this patient's left leg and they've got a blood clot and you kill them, I'm not taking responsibility for that. Excuse me, I did not tell you to do that. Read that care plan. It said right leg. I'm not going to be on the block for that. So when you start making decisions, you open yourself up for liability. So if you want to limit your liability, you stay in your scope of practice. You follow the care plan. You do skills on stable patients. If somebody asks you to do a skill on a patient that's not stable, you should say, I'm sorry, I'm not comfortable with that. That is not a stable patient. Okay? Stay in your scope of practice. And then you have no liability. Let's talk about the patient experience. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. You can read this page on your own. But I want to talk to you just a little bit about being a patient for a minute, because I think it's important that you kind of understand where your patients are. So let's talk about this lady. Let's pretend we're in a hospital. Okay. Lady. She's kind of ambiguous, but she's a lady for right now. Okay. So she didn't reserve a room here. She had to come in and prove she was sick enough to have this bed. Like if I need a vacation, I don't call up my local hospital and say, I'd like to reserve a room for 3 days, please. Doesn't work like that. In fact, if you've ever been to an ER, their whole purpose is to get you out, not upstairs. You've got to really prove you are sick enough to be there to get a room. Well, what that means is we take the sickest people in our community, the very sickest, and put them all in one place. That's scary. Now, let's look at this particular one. So she got a bed, so she is sick enough to be here, which means her immune system currently working overtime with whatever is trying to kill her. Her immune system, super busy. Now, we put her right next door, 3 feet from somebody else who has something else that is trying to kill them. That was bad enough that they were able to get a bed in this place. Now, if this patient gets that patient's pathogens, her immune system probably not going to be able to fight them off. Probably going to do her in. That's scary. That is scary because her immune system already working. Does that make sense? Now, our patients don't go bed to bed. They kind of get put in a place and they kind of stay there for the most part. But who does go bed to bed? Who does?
CNA.
That's right, the staff. That's right. So our biggest job here is to prevent this patient from getting what that patient's got. So infection control is going to be a really big deal here. Does that make sense? Okay. So now your patient is laying there with nothing to do but think. And they're going to recognize the fact that there is pathogens to the right, pathogens to the left, pathogens above, pathogens below, pathogens everywhere. They're going to be a little concerned about this. They're also going to start thinking about the effects of this, whatever is going on with them, on them. So if I'm in the hospital, I'm going to be thinking about things like, I can't work. Who's going to feed my dogs at home? Where is my significant other and how is he going to feed himself? I'm thinking about all of these things, right? So do you think you have my full attention? Absolutely not. You walk in, you tell me your name. I checked out a while ago. No idea who you are. I have no idea what your name is. I am focused on me right now, and that is absolutely appropriate for them. They are concerned with what's going on with them and what's going on around them. They are self-absorbed, and they're supposed to be. Okay, good? Make sense? So when you walk in a room, you should announce your name every time. Do not assume that that patient is going to recognize you out of a sea of other yous. Everybody in the hospital is dressed in pajamas. You all look alike. They're not going to be able to tell one from the other. So we have to meet them where they are. Does that make sense? All right, now let's talk about their mood. How many of you guys have ever been sick? Anybody ever been sick? What is your mood like when you're sick? Oh, grumpy, grouchy, irritable. Give me what I want, go away and leave me alone. Now, when you're sick, where do you want to be? More than anywhere else on the planet, where do you want to be when you get sick? Home. In my home, in my bed, or on my couch with a TV remote. My space. Is this person in their space? So they're automatically going to be grumpy about that. You're starting to get a picture here. Okay, so they're self-absorbed. They're forgetful. They are grumpy. Now, when you're sick or ill in any way, the one thing you need to recover is rest. Do you know the very worst place in the world to try to get rest? Hospital. Because on average, every 17 minutes, somebody walks in that room, night and day, every 17 minutes. This patient hasn't gotten a good solid 8 hours in days. Now, what does sleep deprived do to your mood? Oh, man, you thought I was grumpy earlier? Let's go. Right? I am seriously irritated, grumpy, and everything's going to rub me the wrong way. Now, every 17 minutes, somebody's in that room, and 90% of them are there to hurt you. Phlebotomists shove needles in you. So do nurses. Doctors come in and stick tubes in all kinds of places they shouldn't be. EKG people come in and put sticky tabs on you and pull out every hair you didn't know you had. X-ray people come in and put you on hard surfaces in impossible positions and tell you to hold still. Right? This is not a comfortable environment, not by any stretch of the imagination. Now, do you really think that they're going to assume you're not there to hurt them? CNAs don't hurt patients, but does your patient know that? No. So when you walk in, they're automatically going to assume you're part of the pain crew. So when you go to put your hand on that patient, they may flinch away. They may push you. If they don't know why you're touching them, that is an appropriate reaction. So should you ever touch a patient without them knowing what you're about to do? No. We have to meet them where they are. So when you're talking to patients, you need to assume they're sleep deprived, they're self-absorbed, they're scared, right? They're not in the best frame of mind. So we have to adjust our communication and bring some sunshine into their very dark world. Make sense? So we are going to be very, very nice about it. Thank you. Okay. So does this make sense to you, the patient experience? How we are supposed to relate to our patients? Does that make sense? All right. All right, and while we're doing that, we need to remember that every patient is going to be a little bit different. So what works on one patient, we might have to adjust our approach a little bit for somebody else. I have found in my career, I've been a nurse for well over 35 years, I guess it's been, a long time. And I have found that the grumpiest patients need the most TLC. They're the ones that generally have everybody avoids them because they're the grumpiest. Now, if I'm human, I react to that too. If you're grumpy to me and you're mean to me, and you know, I'm going to feel kind of a way about that, but I also have to put on my professional persona and understand that that person is probably hurting in some way. So years and years and years ago, I worked in long-term care, and we had an older man who was extremely grumpy. Nobody liked working with this guy. I mean, nobody. I worked on a completely different hall and knew all about him. Okay, because staff talks. And I got floated to that hall on this particular day. And I'm thinking, oh, great, I got this guy, right? And everybody knew he was just mean. So I walked into his room. Hey, I'm Patty, your nurse. I'm covering today, and I've got your medication. And he is just grumpy. Where's my nurse? I mean, just grumpy. And I happened to notice on his overbed table, he had a deck of playing cards. And I mean, they were like well used, right? They were all bent and everything. So as I'm giving him his pills, I said, do you play cards? And he looks at me, he says, yeah, what of it? I said, what do you play? He says, poker. I said, oh, do you play draw or stud? Now he's looking at me. I play draw, a 5 or 7 card. Now he's really looking at me. Wait a minute, what do you know? You're a girl. What do you know about poker? So a little while later, I come into the room and he had a hand dealt out. And I said, I wasn't born yesterday. Shuffle those cards. And I played a hand with him. 5 card draw, 1 hand. He won. No big deal. But I asked him, he's got the cards. They obviously mean something to him. Tell me about it. When did you start playing poker? And I learned his life story. And every time I got floated to that hall, he would deal out a hand and I would play a hand with him. Well, I started on my breaks going to his room and I played a hand of poker a day with him. And he actually became much easier for the staff to work with. And I heard all the time, what are you doing with him? Because he's like human again. What are you talking? What did you do? And it's all because I recognize that he is a human under all of that gruff. Now, he had been a lifelong gambler. He had no family. He was all alone in the world. He's trapped in a facility. He had lost both of his legs. He was not living his best life. This is not what he had in mind for his retirement. And that made him quite grumpy, quite upset with the world. This is not how I wanted my life to go. And nobody was there to just hear him out. Nobody wanted his life story. So I listened. And just by listening, it made him much easier to work with for the other staff. So sometimes bringing in your humanity can help in difficult situations. Good? Okay. Every patient's different. Try to find out a little bit about yours. All right, so we're going to break here. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Remember, there's coffee and soda and everything, snacks in the back. Bathroom is the last door on the right. I'm going to put 15-minute timer up on the screen. Please remember that during break, if you walk through here, you are on camera, so just keep that in mind. And but the audio will be off, okay? If you smoke out front, please put your cigarette butts in the can. There should be like a can or something out there, not on the ground. All right, so before we get into the test, I want to talk to you about this piece of paper that you guys all have in front of you. Those of you joining us virtually, this is for my classroom students. It's got some good information on it, but I want to bring your attention to the QR codes down at the bottom. The very first one is the classroom live stream. So we are live streaming this out. This will take you to that page. So let's say that you can't come to class on Wednesday. Just open your camera, point it at this. It's going to pop up with a little yellow box. Click that. It'll bring you right to our page where we're live streaming. So it's really easy to be able to access this. It's also where we're going to have the replays of the lessons that are already complete. Okay, good. The next one over is the online course. Now, we haven't talked about that, but all of you guys have been registered for the online course. And that takes everything that I teach in here, puts it into a very logical progression, and provides activities that you can use to help reinforce that learning. It's not, you don't have to complete it for the class. I'm giving you everything that you need. But if you need a little bit of extra, if you find yourself kind of struggling a little bit, this is going to be your help. Where this is really going to become important is after graduation, before testing. The online course is a way for you to review all of the material, kind of gain a little deeper understanding through those interactive components and be able to practice. And I'm going to show you a couple a little bit later. Today, I'm going to show you a couple of the activities that are in there and how you can use them. But this is your QR code to be able to access the online course quickly. The next one over is a free ebook that we have for the written test. You guys can all download it. It's completely free. It'll help you for the written test. And then down here is the CPR class. You don't need CPR for this class. You do not need CPR for the test. You will need it to work. So it's something that we recommend that you kind of put in the back of your mind. This is something you're going to need coming up shortly. If you use that QR code, that takes you to Julie's site. She teaches right in this, we share this classroom, and she gives you a discount for being a CNA student. And so it's got some other information. On the back, we have some of the additional resources that I talk about through the program and what the pricing is for each one of those. So this is one paper that you probably want to keep handy. Okay. All right, so let's talk about the test. Page 12 is going to have information on how the CNA exam works. This is your notes for what we're about to go over. So on testing day, our closest testing center to us here in Spring Hill is in Tampa. We don't have any local testing centers. They basically consolidated them to all big cities. So I think we have 3 in Tampa actually, but there is one that's right off the Parkway north of the airport. So it's not too terribly hard to get to from here. There's also one kind of mid Tampa and then one way over on the east side of Tampa. But on testing day, you will not be testing with the people that you're sitting in class with. Everybody registers independently. So that means that you'll be there with 7 strangers on testing day. When you go to the testing center, you're very limited on what you can take into the testing center with you. You cannot take any study material. You can't take any flashcards. You can't take any electronic devices, so your phone, any iPad, nothing like that. That all has to either stay in your car or they're going to make you put it in a locker while you're there. What you can take in with you is your test admission letter. This is called your authorization to test. That you'll hear it called the ATT letter, authorization to test. It has your test location, test date, all of that. If you can't print that off, it's not a big deal. But if you have it, if you have printed it off, take it with you. You can take your keys and you can take 2 forms of ID. One is a photo ID The other one has a signature. So your social security card or a passport or your debit card that has your name on it. So it has to have your name and a signature. Some people even use their library card for that. But the first one has to be a non-expired government issued ID. So driver's license, state ID, or passport. That's all that they accept for that. Make sure that your names on both of those documents match. So if you have, some people have like 2 middle names or 2 last names, you want to make sure that both of your documents, the names are exactly the same. So just watch out for that. If you go to this, not too long ago, one of my students got caught by this. If you go to the testing center and you don't have 2 forms of ID that match and they refuse to test you that day, you don't get a refund. You're out that money. So this is a good thing to kind of check now to make sure that you have 2 forms of ID that match exactly. Okay. All right. So when you get checked in or when you go to the testing center, they're going to put you into a waiting room and the evaluators are going to check you in. Now, this is actually a bit more complex process than you think it is on the outside. When the evaluators are checking you in, they're looking at your name, they're looking at your IDs, but they're also looking at you. They're assessing you. And I'm going to tell you why in just a minute. But a lot of people don't really realize all of this is kind of going on in the background. So those evaluators are RNs. They all have extensive experience either in long-term care or education. They're very, very good at what they do. They check you in and then they leave the waiting room. And they're gone for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. You're just sitting there staring at 7 strangers with nothing to occupy. Because remember, you can't have any electronic devices. So you're just sitting there staring at strangers. Be careful. Don't make friends. Not on testing day. Don't make friends. Because what ends up happening in the waiting room is something like this. Someone will say, oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. I'm so afraid I'm going to fail, like hand washing. What if I don't grab 10 paper towels? And you're going to be sitting there going, what? 10 what? I didn't learn to use 10 paper towels. And somebody else is going to say, oh, we were told 5. And you're going to go, what? I wasn't trained to use 5. What do you use 5 paper? Why do you need 5 paper towels? Why do you need 10 paper towels? So now in the waiting room, you've got all of these conflicting opinions. What do you think that's going to do to your confidence? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now you thought you were nervous before. Now you're really nervous because you're not real sure if what you learned is the correct thing. And don't make friends on talk about the weather, talk about sports, talk about politics. I don't care, but do not talk about the test. Do not, because it will unnecessarily heighten your insecurities. Okay. I'm going to tell you, you guys have all been trained according to the state testing checklist. We're going to get into that in a little while. You are receiving the correct information. Nobody cares how many paper towels you use. Not a tested checkpoint at all. At all. Use 2, use 10, use 5. Nobody's counting. It's not a tested checkpoint. But there are some evaluators that try to make themselves seem very intelligent and I've got the secrets and you're not going to pass without me. And they overcomplicate things to make themselves seem more important. And that's unfortunate. My goal is to simplify this, not to overcomplicate it. So a lot of people put a lot of things in that aren't graded, that don't matter, that just complicate it. So be careful about who you're listening to on testing day. Okay. After the test is over, go teach the world. Everybody needs to know how to do this. We need CNAs. We are critically understaffed. Recruit people. Okay. Train the world, but not on testing day. Good. All right. So you're stuck in this waiting room for 20 or 30 minutes waiting on these evaluators. Where are they? Where'd they go? And what are they doing? And why aren't they here? Let's get this show on the road. So When those evaluators come back, they are going to divide you up into groups of 2. And this is not random. They don't just pick 2 people and say, okay, you're group 1, you're group 2, you're group 3, you're group 4. They're going to like, you 2 are group 1. Why? Why do they do that? Why do they separate you out into these kind of random groups? How does this work? Well, the reason that it works this way is because when you're testing, the evaluators are going to bring you 2 people, the 2 people they group together, into the testing room. They're going to show you around. They're going to show you where all the supplies are. They're going to show you what they use as a privacy curtain in this place. They're going to show you where the patient bathroom is, how to work the bed, all of that. They show you all of it. And then they pick one of you 2 to go first. And they read that care plan to you. So let's say I pick you to go first. I read that care plan to you. I hand it to you, but you need a patient. That means the other person you're partnered with is going to become your patient for the skills. So during testing day, you will be both patient and CNA. You will play both roles at different times. Does that make sense? All right. So let's go back to that waiting room for a second. This is why it takes them 20 or 30 minutes to put you guys together, because there's a very scientific process they have to use here. If you are going to ambulate somebody, okay, that means take them for a walk. Remember, our care plan said at least 10 steps, right? Well, we want to match you up to somebody about your body size or smaller, if possible. So I'm looking around and I got to figure out who I'm going to put her with. Okay. So I'll probably pick on you over there. Now, her other skill is mouth care. You just had oral surgery. You got some stitches in there. You can't be a patient for that. So now you're no longer her partner. I had to get rid of you. So I'm going to look at you. You're probably going to be her partner. You got no restrictions. I put you 2 together. You guys are paired up. Do you guys see how that works? They are going to ask you, do you have any conditions that would keep you from being a patient for any skills? If you have something, speak up. If you just had oral surgery, let them know, because we don't want you bleeding during the test. We don't want to injure you, but we also don't want to unnecessarily complicate this for the person being tested. Standardized testing is just that. It's standardized, which means that your testing experience has to be exactly the same as yours, no matter where in Florida you test. So we can't throw curveballs at you. It has to be standardized. Good? So if you have got a cast on your foot because you tripped over something, then I'm not going to be using you for ambulation, right? If you've got athlete's foot on your one foot, then I'm probably not going to use you for foot care. We're going to kind of match you up based on the skills that each person is assigned. This takes the evaluators a little bit of time to do. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So when you're looking at, it's over there. So when you're looking at these skill sets, oh, thank you. When you're looking at these skill sets, and remember, these are always up here for you guys to look at when you're testing. But when you're looking at these skill sets, on the back side are the actual checklists that you're going to be graded on during testing. That's what you can see here. When you go onto Prometric's website, this is published information. All of you guys have access to this. You go onto Prometric's website and you click on Clinical Skills Checklist. It pulls it up. You can print it off. You can look at it. It's freely available to you. But it doesn't tell the whole story. There are a few checkpoints that are intentionally not listed on there. You have to know to go to a different document to get those extra checkpoints. And that different document is called Indirect Care Behaviors. So it's kind of hard, and this is something I suggest everybody does. Everybody. You should have your clinical skills checklist for your state, whatever state you're in. And when you're watching videos, any videos at all, not just mine, any videos, you should have those checklists in front of you to make sure that what you're seeing on the screen matches what you're being tested on. Because they should, but they may not. And the only way for you to know is to verify it. Well, unfortunately, Prometric does not make this easy because now you've got 2 documents. So you're watching something and you're trying to find it on 2 documents. Where is it? And it can get a little bit confusing. So my videos, what I did, I combined those 2 documents and made one master checklist sheet. That's what you see here. This has indirect care as well as the checkpoints that are published. Okay, they're all here. But on my videos at the bottom of the screen down here, I actually post the checkpoint that performance is demonstrating when I'm doing it. So if the checkpoint is wet hands before applying soap, on the bottom of the screen, you'll actually see the checkpoint, wet hands before applying soap. So it allows you to very quickly verify that this checkpoint is met by the skills performance that you're seeing on the screen. Okay, good. This is the only document really that has all of those checkpoints together. You have this in your book too, and I'm going to show you that in a minute in a little different format. These are checklists for the evaluators. Remember those evaluators are RNs? So some of the things that you read on here aren't going to make a whole lot of sense to students because you're students, right? You have to kind of filter it through an RN brain, and that's what I have done for you. And we're going to get to that. So if you go to page 65 in your book, it talks about this checklist. So this is part of the checklist. Actually, no, I'm sorry. This is the checklist for Pulse. This is the checklist for Pulse. So you can see what you're actually being graded on. But the problem is, like if you look at number 11 there, it says promote residents' rights during care. Well, what does that mean? How do you know if you've done that? So I had to kind of take this checklist, filter it through an RN brain, and spit it out in a way that a student can actually use it for performance. And that's what we're going to get to in just a minute, okay? So this is good for you guys to practice with, but remember, it's not going to tell you how to perform. It'll just tell you whether you did it right or not. All right, so when you are being tested and the evaluator has that checklist in front of them, when you do a step correctly, you get a check mark. That's it. When you do a step correctly, you get a check mark. And it's literally pen and paper. Check mark. Real check mark. If you don't do a step, no check mark. If you do a step but do it wrong, no check mark. So if you do the step correctly, check mark. Good? All of these things without check marks are called deficiencies. Now, at the end of the test, the evaluator puts all of those deficiencies into the computer. Okay, this person has a deficiency in step 3 and 8. Those are the deficiencies for this skill. Now, understand that this is the person did not do that step or didn't do the step correctly. And I have a lot of students who say, well, I did this step. That's fine, but you may not have done it correctly. Because remember, incorrect doesn't get the check mark. Good? Make sense? Okay. So when the evaluators put those deficiencies into the computer is going to decide whether that deficiency, how much it counts. So let me go back a slide. So everything is going to count a little bit different. Let's talk about this lady again. let's say that we have to brush her teeth. That's what the care plan told us to do mouth care. Is she in a safe position? Why? Right. So she's lying down, and what could happen to her? She could choke, right? The technical term is aspirate. So she could aspirate. So we know this is not right. What would we need to do? Sit her up. So if you don't sit her up, that's kind of important. The consequence to the patient, pretty big. Make sense? Pretty big. Now, you guys have all brushed your teeth this month, so you know that when you brush your teeth, you usually don't do it like this. You do it like this. Why? Why do you lean forward when you brush your teeth? Yeah, because we don't want stuff all over our clothes, right? We don't, because we know we're going to be a foamy mess. So we want to be here so that the foamy mess goes in the sink, not on us. Makes sense, right? Now, if we brush somebody's teeth when they're lying down and they aspirate, that could kill them. If we brush their teeth when they're sitting up and they get toothpaste on their clothes, does that kill them? No. No. What could we maybe put on their clothing because they're sitting up in bed, they're not leaning forward? What could we put there to maybe catch anything? A towel would work great. A washcloth would work. A paper towel. I don't care what you put there, just put something on their clothes. Right? Recognize the fact that they're going to be a foamy mess, and let's take care of that. Now, those are 2 steps on mouth care. Head of the bed up and towel on the chest. If you forget one of those steps, one of them is going to fail you. The other one, it's like, not that big of a deal. Which one do you think would fail you? Yeah, the one that kills the patient. Absolutely. So when we are looking at these checkpoints, understand that they are weighted. Some of them are weighted heavily. One step can fail you. Some of them are weighted much lighter. Yeah, you can miss a couple steps and it's not that big of a deal. How do we know the difference? Well, what is the consequence to the patient? Does that make sense? Okay, so this is where I really want you to start readjusting your thinking. It's not, I only missed one step. Yeah, but that one step killed the patient. You keep doing that in a clinical setting, we're going to run out of patients. Where's your paycheck going to come from? Right? So it's not, I missed one step. It's, oh, the step I missed has a huge impact on the patient. And that's why that one step failed me. Because to be honest with you, if you're out there killing patients, we probably don't want you as a CNA. And the real problem is CNAs kill as many patients every year as surgeons do. We just don't talk about it. I think we should be talking about it. Absolutely.
What do we do to kill a person? Like
So we
washing the-
we don't pay attention. We don't lock the wheelchair. When we transfer the patient out of a wheelchair, it slides out from under them. They fall, they hit their head, they have a subdermal hematoma and die. Yeah. We treat a diabetic patient that gets all shaky. We give them orange juice with sugar and they die because they didn't have low blood sugar. They had high blood sugar. And you just dump more sugar in their blood. And now they're in DKA and they died. The care plan didn't tell you to do that. You did that. CNAs kill a lot of patients. And they do it because they don't understand their scope of practice. They're out there thinking, or they don't understand safety. And they're out there brushing people's teeth with them lying down. We got to stop that. I think it's something we should be talking about. I think we should know how to not kill our patients. So on the clinical exam, if you're taking action that can put your patient at risk, you're not going to pass. And it has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with grandma. Make sense? This is not a situation where we can fake it till we make it. That's not how this works. All right, so after we take the clinical exam, so you would do your 3 skills on her, she would do her 3 skills on you. You'll go out to the waiting room. The evaluators will put your deficiencies into the computer. My students hardly ever get deficiencies, so it's not a big deal. Our students do fantastic on the clinical test because you understand the importance of each step, and that makes it important to you. So they'll put the deficiencies in the computer, and the next 2 people will go in. One person will do their skills on the other, back and forth. They'll go back out to the waiting room. Group 3 goes in, and then group 4. And once everybody is done with the skills, then you go into a computer room and you take a written test, 60 questions, multiple choice. This will be a no-brainer for all of you once I'm done with you because we're going to follow frameworks. Okay, frameworks. This free ebook, I told you guys on the bottom of the blue sheet, you had the QR code for the free ebook. This is what it looks like. It's called CNA Test Coaching. It breaks the written test down into 5 categories. My newest framework one gives you 6 categories, and it goes into way more detail, and there's over 300 questions in it. That one is not free, but I do have a coupon code for you that we'll get into a little bit later. But this is free. This is a great step 1 starting point. You guys can all have access to that. All right. I also do one more thing to help you with the written test. This is my fun time. I love doing this. I do it twice a month. Next Tuesday, not tomorrow, but a week from tomorrow will be the next one. You have a QR code for this on the bottom of your syllabus. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But I do a CNA practice test game show. And this is on YouTube. It's the only place that you can see it is on YouTube. So you have to go onto YouTube to watch it. When I go live, I give you 15 test-like questions, just like the test. And you put your answer in the chat. And you're competing against all the other people that are in there. And the program I use awards points. And at the end of the test, you win prizes for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. So you get to practice for the test. You get guided feedback that tells you why the right answer is right and why the others are wrong. And you can win some fun prizes along the way. So the practice test game show will be next Tuesday on my YouTube channel. And I'll remind you next week. This is what it looks like on the screen. And you can see the prizes that you are competing for. So when you are done with the test, all done, and you're ready to leave the room, the evaluators, the skills, there it is. The evaluator is going to give you some printouts when you leave. So in Florida, we get our results the same day, which is awesome. Other states, you have to wait. So they're going to give you these folded papers. They are not going to talk to you about them. In fact, they will tell you do not open them until you've exited the building because they're tired of people trying to argue over their scores. So they'll tell you don't open them till you get out. This is what it looks like for the written test. And this is what you see on here. Down here, whoops, it'll show you the 5 categories of questions, how many questions were in each category and how many you got right. Up at the top, it'll say, congratulations, you passed the written test. The next paper that you will see is this one. This is your results on the clinical skills. This is what it looks like. What you see on here, this is what it looks like. I'll pass these around for you. And at the bottom, you'll see the beginning of the list of skills that you had. I don't know why they can't put this all on one page, but it'll go over to the second page. It'll tell you what skills that you had. I don't really care much about that. Again, at the top, it'll tell you you pass. It's this page that we want to pay attention to. This is called your deficiencies page or your feedback page. Everything that was not checked off on your skills, so everything without a check mark on your skills, is what's going to show up here. This is the deficiency. Good. Now, in Florida, we have 2 RN evaluators. So 2 evaluators are going to grade you independently. So if you have the same checkpoint listed twice, it means it counted against you. If you have a checkpoint listed once, it means one of the CNAs, or I'm sorry, one of the RNs saw you do that step, so you got credit for it. So the only time it actually counts against you is if it shows up twice. So I'll pass this around. You can see all of the papers we just talked about. So a question I get asked a lot is, what if I make a mistake? And the answer to that is, don't panic. You got to get out of jail free card here. If you make a mistake and you realize that you've made a mistake, you can make a correction. All you have to do is say, correction, I would have. And now we go from no check mark to check mark. The paper has no idea whether you did it when you were supposed to do it or not. Check mark, no check mark. Okay, so corrections can actually save your score. Now, there's a caveat to this, though, and I talk about corrections on page 33. I have a whole video on it if you want to go watch it. This is the short version. But there is a caveat to corrections. Most corrections, in order to do it verbally, are going to be about order. I would have closed the privacy curtain before I got started. Order when you do something. I can't say I would have ambulated them 10 steps. Yeah, they need to see that. So if you make a correction that's action-based, they're probably going to tell you we need to see that. Make sense? But you can try. You can start with a verbal correction. Oh, correction, I would have walked them 10 steps. Care plan said 10 steps. They will probably say, yeah, we need to see that. If you did 9 steps and you say, oh, I didn't do 10, correction, I would have done 10, then they're going to let you get away with it. It's close enough. You recognize it. Make sense? Good. So when you're making correction, you're always going to go by the evaluator's reaction, response to you. If they need to see it, they're going to tell you, we need to see it. And then you'll just do whatever it is that they tell you to do. This is a great option if you find yourself in trouble on the test. And this is kind of important because on testing day, you're going to be nervous. You just will. And things are going to fly out of your brain. And you might not realize until you get to the end, oh my gosh, I forgot to do something. But there is a very narrow window for corrections. At the end of each skill, remember we have 3 skills to do? You guys remember this? 3 skills, 1, 2, 3. We have to do them in order. When you get done with skill 2, you cannot go to skill, I'm sorry, when you get done with skill 1, you cannot go to skill 2 until you end skill 1. So the evaluator is going to ask, are you done? If you don't tell them. They're not going to let you go here until this is done, completed by you, and you've indicated it's complete. So at the end of every skill, you're going to say, my skill is done, or my task is complete, or I'm finished, or something like that, to let those evaluators know that you're closing out that skill. Up until the time you say that, you can make a correction. But if you end skill 1, okay, I'm done, and you start skill 2, and you go, oh, wait, I got to go back and make a correction on skill 1. Nope, not going to happen. You've closed it out. So don't be in a hurry to close out those skills. Go back and read that care plan at the end of the skill. That care plan is yours. They handed it to you. They read it to you. They gave it to you. You put it in a place that you can look at it. Do your skill. Go back and read it. Oh, I was supposed to do 3 repetitions. Oh, I did 5. Oh, that was not the care plan. It doesn't say at least 3. It says 3. I did 5. Correction. I would have done 3 repetitions according to the care plan. Well, now you've saved yourself. You've got that check mark. But if I get into skill 2 and go, oh, wait, in skill 1, no corrections. Make sense? Good? All right. So remember that you are in charge. You are in charge of ending your skill. If you try to get into the next skill, the evaluators are going to ask you, are you done with that first skill? They're going to make you physically say that you are done. And that's because of corrections. Good? Sorry, guys, my knee is killing me. I got to sit for a minute. All right. So what I tell my students, this is just a really good practice, is that during the test, they're reading that care plan to you, they hand it to you, and then you read that care plan yourself. You will tell the evaluator when you're ready to start. Okay, so the timing hasn't started yet. You read that care plan yourself. Put it in your mind. Okay, this is what I need to do. Make sure you understand the instructions. Start your skill. Do the first skill. Go back and read that care plan one more time to make sure you did everything the care plan told you to do. And then, and only then, do you end your skill. Okay, good. All right. And like I said, most of the time you have to perform it. They will let you get away with verbal corrections for some things, but some things they'll ask you to perform. All right, so let's get into our syllabus now and our books. So we're going to learn how to get through this program from beginning to end. So we're talking about this paper right here, the one that you see on the screen. Those of you that are joining us virtually, if you go to flcnatraining.com, you can print that syllabus, same syllabus. You can print it off and have it available to you. So at the bottom here, you've got a couple of QR codes. I know they look really, really small, but they do work. I did try them. So the very first one there is FLCNA training. That's where our live stream is. That's where the replays are. So this gets you there. It's the same one that's on the blue sheet. The next one is our YouTube channel, and that's to be able to watch that game show or to watch any of our review videos. And then the third QR code there is our playlist for our previous game shows. And I've been doing this twice a month now for years. So there are probably 1,000 questions in there for you to be able to go through. So if you're concerned about the written test, the playlist, just put it on and listen to it while you're washing your dishes or walking your dog or playing with your kid or whatever. Just let it go and you'll hear the questions and the answers. And it's a really good way to review. All right, so let's talk about that yellow book real quick. This is the book that's going to go home with you, but you are going to bring it back on the last day of class. So don't write in it, don't highlight it, don't make notes. If you want to order it, go to that FLCNA training. I have a link there for Amazon. You can go order your very own copy if you really want to. But I'm going to tell you, this is a boring book. It's a textbook, guys. There's nothing exciting about it. Once you read it, you'll never open it again. So as long as you're keeping up with your homework reading in class, there's no need to go out and buy this thing. But if you have some burning need to highlight or make notes, order it off of my website. You know, it takes you, the link on my site takes you to an Amazon. I do get a small commission for pushing you over there. Very small, like pennies, but it's there for you. All right. On the front of this book is Y and a number on the front cover. If you look at the front cover of the book, when I call your name, if you can tell me the number of the book that you have, this is how I track who has what book. All right, Veronica. Deslin, Hannah, Bianca, Sylvia, Diana, Chelsea, Nevaeh, 7, Cynthia, Anthony. Do you have a number on the front of your book? 2. There we go. Okay. Is it 12 or 2? Why 2? Yeah, got it. Okay, thank you. Okay. When you do this reading, so tonight you're going to go home and read chapter 1. It's a lot. It's like 30 pages. But the writing is big and the words are small and there's lots of pictures. I suggest when it comes to studying. Oh, it's 12. Yeah. No, it's okay. Got it. Yeah, no, they've been through, you're good. You're good. All right. So when you do your reading, 30 pages is a lot of material, especially if you're going to sit down at 9 o'clock on Tuesday night and try to get it all read to come to class on Wednesday morning. It's a lot to try. So try not to put it off till the last minute. But study in short bursts, 10 to 15 minutes. If you do that, if you just read for 10 or 15 minutes and then go do something that doesn't require your brain, go wash the dishes, walk the dog, play with the kids, something that doesn't require your brain. Don't flip on TV or go through social media because that's engaging your brain. Something physical that doesn't require mental energy. What happens, and this is great for those of you who want to go on for nursing. This is a huge study tip, guys. What happens is when you read that 10 or 15 minutes, anything beyond that, your brain will not remember because it has to be able to put it into memory for it to stick. So the first 10 or 15 minutes is all you really get. So if you read and then go do something physical, your brain will start to catalog that information and put it into storage for you. Then you can go back and read another 10 or 15 minutes and do the same thing. So you should be reading in short bursts followed by physical activity that's not mentally intensive, and that will help you remember what you're reading. Does that make sense? Have you ever read something and realized, I have no idea what I just read? Yeah, that's because your brain isn't cataloging it. It's not storing it. Your brain right now is overloaded. And in our society, we are overloaded 90% of the time. So kind of keep that in mind as you're trying to study. Now, once you've done your reading, so we went home, we read chapter 1 in short bursts, we're going to go to page 181 in our spiral book. The spiral book.
We have to learn number 1. So
Read chapter number 1.
So that's at the page number 2, right?
So it's, 20 pages. Yep.
Okay, so I mean, we go to the other book. Okay.
Right. And then page 181. And you're not going to remember this when you get home, and that's okay, because I'm going to show you how to find it, and it's going to be on your wrap-up email as well. We got all your bases covered. Okay. So we're going to go to page 181. And 181 are 20 questions, 10 multiple choice questions, 10 matching based on the vocabulary. So you do the reading, and then you take this quiz. This is going to let you know, did I learn what I needed to learn? Okay. Good. Good. So we're going to read pages 1 to 20, and then we're going to take the test on page 181. Now, if you go to page 201 in your book, it's the very last page, go to the very last page in that spiral book, very last page, this is your answer key. Could you cheat? Sure, all the answers are right there. There they are, B, C, D, B, C, A, B, A, B, A. There's your answers. But that's not going to do you any good when it comes to the written test. You need to know this information to pass the state test. So cheating is only cheating you. Good? I don't care about grades. I am the only teacher on the planet that does not care about grades. Take this test as many times as you need to get 100. I don't care about grades. I care about comprehension. Because if I'm the body in the bed in 6 years and you're the CNA taking care of me, I'm not going to look up and go, hey, what'd you get on chapter 4? You think I care what you got on chapter 4? Nobody cares what you got on chapter 4. What I care about is, did you learn what you needed to learn in chapter 4 to take good care of me? It's comprehension, not grades. Take the test as many times as you need to get to 100. Make sense? So if you take the test and you go to page 201 and you grade the test and you realize that you missed a couple things, you messed some stuff up, go back to the book and figure out, whoa, where did I go wrong? What did I miss? And then take it again. When you come into class on Monday, I'm going to go write down my list. Hey, Veronica, Deslin, Hannah, Bianca, Sylvia, Chelsea, Nevaeh, Cynthia, and Anthony, what'd you get? Hopefully, you're going to tell me 100%. You might tell me you missed 1 or you missed 2 or you missed 7. What that tells me is there's a gap in information. What did you miss? What do we need to go over? What do I need to explain a little better to you? Because my job is to find out where you're missing information. If you come in and tell me you got 100%, I'm going to believe you. Cool, you got it all. I don't have to do any more work with that. Okay, let's move on. But if you come in and say, hey, I missed 7, I'm going to say, okay, let's figure out why. What can we do to help you? Good? Make sense? Okay. Questions? All right. So this spiral book is the one that we work out of in class. Now, if you're looking at your syllabus, okay, this paper, each row going across is a class. So you see this whole group here, it says Monday, that's today. So if we look all the way across, this is everything that we're covering today. Now, it's divided into columns as well. So that first column are the skills that we're going to learn in class today. Well, we haven't learned any skills yet, so we're not going to check any of those off yet. And I'm not done with you. I still have a little over an hour to go. I told you I was going to talk for 4 hours straight. You guys didn't believe me. All right, so we've got some things to do still. The second column are lectures that I give. This is all the talking I do. And oh my goodness, we did learn some of those, like what to expect on the state exam. We can check that off. We've covered it. Delegation and liability, we covered that too. Patient considerations, yep, we talked all about the patients. Testing care plans, yep, we've covered that as well. And let's puzzle it out. Those are all the principles on the back wall that we're going to learn. So we've been introduced to those. So we can check that off too. So even though we haven't covered our skills yet, we've gone a long distance here. We've covered a lot of information. Now that third column is your homework column. That's what we just talked about. So tonight you're going to go home and read pages 1 to 20, which is chapter 1, and you're going to take the test on page 181. So this column is your homework column. Tells you every class what we're going to be doing. Good? Now that last column is my, bless you, I'd like to get to this, but we may not, depending on time. Okay? So I'm hoping this is my wish list. But if I don't get to it, you're going to want to read these pages in your book. And it's always this book, okay? You're going to want to read these pages. So for us today, we've talked about the 5 key phrases. Remember that little house? So we can check that off. We did the care plan activity on page 20, so we can check it off. We've talked about corrections, so we can check that off. And we learned all about skills grading and deficiencies, so we can check that off. But we have not learned about warm, dark, and moist. So if I do not get to that in a little bit, when you go home tonight, if you don't remember hearing about me talking about warm, dark, and moist, you probably need to read that page. Good? So each class is set up like that. We have our skills that we're going to do. We have our lectures that I'm going to give. We have our homework that you're going to do before the next class. And then we have my wish list of lessons I'm hoping to get to. But you may have to do those on your own. Good? So this is how we're going to get through all of this information, both of these books, in 8 classes. And I'm pretty good about covering most of it. Okay? It's a lot of information. But I'm hoping that by now you're not feeling overwhelmed. We've covered a lot of ground, but I'm hoping that you don't really feel overwhelmed. Does anybody feel overwhelmed? If you do, make sure you see me after class, because I want to make sure this is your class. It's not my class. This is your class. I want to make sure that you're getting the information you came for. Okay? So if you find yourself struggling at all, you need to let me know. Good? We are going to be doing practice. Yes, we are. But not the first 2 weeks. Yeah, not the first 2 weeks. Okay, so let's learn how we're going to use this spiral book. So go to page 52 for me. And all of my on-screen graphics, and you'll notice that I have a slide for everything. Throughout this class, we're going to go through over 1,500 slides. I actually think the last count was like 1,789 or something like that. Yeah, and I have made every one of these. These are all mine. It's a lot of content, guys. But I have found that a picture really is worth 1,000 words. So by me talking and demonstrating and you being able to see the concept up on the screen, it helps with your retention. Okay? So everything that I'm going to go through, I'm going to show you the page in the book that corresponds to what I'm talking about. And when you see this graphic up on the screen, you'll always see the book somewhere on the side that shows you this is the book that we're working in. So if I tell you turn to page 52 in your book, you can look at the screen and know exactly what book I'm talking about. Good? Good? All right, so this is a skills introduction page. So this is, okay, we're going to learn about pulse. This is an overview. This is what I need you to kind of know going into it, okay? Overview, not specifics. Overview, good? We're going to get to specific. I got a whole page for specifics. We're going to get to that in a minute. But this is overview. So at the top of the overview page, and you have one of these for every skill we're going to learn, every skill. At the top, you have the name of the skill. Well, that makes sense. Below that, you have the principles that are involved in this skill. These are principles. Remember all those banners on the back? Now, principles are not on the care plan. Like the care plan isn't going to tell you to use a barrier or to keep the patient in the middle of the bed or to have the patient check the water temperature before you use it. Care plan doesn't tell you all of that. These are things we have to know in order to follow the care plan. Good? Okay. So we have to learn all of those principles on the back wall, and we will. We've already learned one of them, and it wasn't that hard. And by the end of class, in the next hour, we're going to learn 2 more. So these are the principles, but this is what we call the short version. They're like puzzle pieces. We plug them together, and it makes a skill. So what you're going to find is that these puzzle pieces are going to be plugged into every single skill. Every skill. But some of them will only be plugged into 2 skills. Okay, that's why we use puzzle pieces. We create skills out of building blocks called principles. Good? So you see the principles that we're going to use for this skill, and they're always spelled out for us here. for a quick reference. Keep forgetting to advance. This page 27, you don't have to go there, but page 27 has all of the principles for you in one quick reference. These principles correspond to checkpoints. So, for instance, one of the checkpoints that's on every single skill that you're going to do is number 1. This is always number 1. Doesn't matter whether you're ambulating, doing range of motion, brushing somebody's teeth, giving them a partial bed bath. Doesn't matter what the skill is. Number 1 is always the same. Always. It says greet resident, address by name, and introduce self. So we have to do that for every single skill that we do. Always the same. Always number 1. Good? So if I know I have to do that for every single skill that we're going to learn how to do, then I probably ought to tell students for every skill, you're going to do this. Right? Well, interestingly enough, that's not the only checkpoint that's on every single skill. So is number 2. Number 2 says to provide explanations to resident about care before beginning and during care. Well, this goes back to what we talked about an hour ago about the patients. They're scared. They're alone. They're in an unfamiliar place, and they're probably a little grumpy. You shouldn't be touching them unless they know what you're there to do, right? Providing explanations. So that is a testing checkpoint on every single skill we do. Good? Make sense? But these 2 things are not on the care plan. The care plan doesn't tell you. Remember those care plans we looked at, right? Those care plans did not tell you to greet the resident, to address them by name, and introduce yourself. So principles are not on the care plan. They're things we need to learn in order to perform the care plan. Make sense? Good? All right. So at the end of each checklist, we have a few more things that are always the same. Doesn't matter what skill we do. And one of those is refrain from touching resident until hands are clean. See, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. It's on every single checklist. You can't touch that patient until your hands are clean. Well, why would that be? Why can't I touch that patient until my hands are clean? Why? Remember, this patient is fighting off their own ick, right? Their immune system currently busy. So if I touch that patient and I did not just immediately wash my hands and I touched other things, what did I bring to the patient? Cooties. Yeah, germs. Absolutely. I brought this patient all kinds of extra cooties that they don't need. Good. Okay. So that might be important. It's something we have to do at the beginning of every skill. We're going to have to wash our hands before we touch that patient. And it's on every single skill. Make sense? Okay. So I put all of those together and I created something called the opening. So this is something we're going to do at the beginning of every single skill to get all of those things checked off. Make sense? To get all of those things checked off. We've already learned skill rules. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. We know to follow the care plan. Okay, so we have to learn the opening, which will help us learn how to start every skill because every skill starts the same way. So just like we're able to recite the skill rules, we'll be able to recite the opening in just a few minutes. I'm going to lead you through it. But those aren't the only ones that show up on every single care plan. We also have infection control policies that we have to learn about, and we'll do that on Wednesday. And we also have to learn how to end every skill because these checkpoints show up on every single checklist. So hold on. Let's think about that. If this is my checklist for skill 1, right? This is the whole checklist that I have to perform for skill 1. Good? Make sense? Everybody with me? Okay. And I have to do all of these steps, and I'm going to get those checked off. And I have to do all of these steps, and I'm going to get those checked off. And I have to do all of these steps, and I'm going to get those checked off. There's not much left to check off. Does that make sense? This is called the Big Four. These four show up on every single skill. It doesn't matter what skill we're doing. These checkpoints apply. They're on the checklist. Every skill has these embedded. Now, in some skills, what's very interesting, there are some skills that half of the checklist, half of the entire checklist are those principles. Like you only have 3 checkpoints for the skill itself. That's it, 3. So you guys are stressing over how to take a pulse, and I'm more stressed over you better do these things, right? Because this is where your checkpoints are. Make sense? Okay. So as we're looking at this page, we have the short form down here. I've spelled them all out for you here. So you don't have to go look them up. They're all right there for you. And then we have a short version of the skill. Now, this is where I get into peanut butter and jelly. When you're learning these skills, it can seem overwhelming. It can seem like, oh my gosh, that's a lot of steps to learn. A lot of steps. How am I going to remember all of these steps? So in order to put this into perspective for you, we're going to talk about a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. How many of you guys have ever made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Anybody? Okay. How many steps do you think are involved in a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? How many steps? 4. Okay. Anybody, any other guesses? No? No other guesses? There's 42. There are 42 steps. I'm not making stuff up. We're not toasting the bread. I'm not cutting the crust. I'm not doing anything crazy. We're not churning the peanut butter. There's 42 steps to a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And let me show you. What do you need to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Okay, let's start there. So we're going to undo the twist tie on the bread wrapper. We have to open the bread wrapper and get 2 slices of bread. Then we have to do the spinny thing and put the twist tie back on and put the bread back on the counter. You're holding 2 pieces of bread now. Where do they go? Okay, we're not even going to toast it. We're not even going to take that step. I need a plate. Yes. That's right. I got to open the cabinet, get a plate, put it on the counter, close the cabinet because I will hit my head, put the bread on the plate. Now what do I need? A knife. I got to open the drawer. I got to get a knife. I got to close the drawer, put the knife on the plate. Now what do I need? Peanut butter. That's in a pantry or a cabinet. So I got to open the cabinet, get the peanut butter, close the cabinet, put the peanut butter on the counter, open the refrigerator, find the jelly, put it on the counter, close the refrigerator. Now I got to take the lids off. So I've got to unscrew the lid of the peanut butter, put it on the counter, unscrew the jelly lid, put it on the counter. I got to pick up that knife, get a scoop of peanut butter and spread it on the bread. And we'll wipe that knife off on the other piece of bread. And then I'm going to dip into the jelly, get the jelly, spread it on the bread. And then I'm going to put the knife in the sink. I'm going to take the lid, put it back on the peanut butter, open the cabinet, put the peanut butter back, close the cabinet, put the lid back on the jelly, open the fridge, put the jelly in the fridge, close the fridge. And then I can put my sandwich together and I can eat it. 42 steps. How come you told me it was 4?
I wasn't thinking about all that.
That's right. When you have learned something, when it becomes routine, you don't think about all those steps. You cut it down to just peanut butter, jelly, bread, put it together. I mean, you know, you shorten it, right? You know all of those steps have to be done, but you don't really think about doing each one of them because it has become routine. Does that make sense? Okay. You just need the highlights. That's what this is. This is your highlights. This is your 4-step peanut butter and jelly. Now, if I gave somebody from Uganda this and told them, make a peanut butter and jelly in 4 steps, they don't know how to get the bread out of the wrapper. They don't know what a twist tie is. A jar with peanut butter? What is that? Right? This would make no sense to them because they didn't have the background. They didn't have the process already. So this isn't going to do you any good at all unless you've done the skill before. But once you've done it, you don't need that 42 steps anymore. You just need the remembering. That's why this is an overview page. Make sense? Good. So not only am I going to teach you those 42 steps, I'm also going to give you the shorter version too. Questions? So the skills that we're going to learn, everything is less than 42 steps. So theoretically, everything I'm going to teach you is easier than a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It may not feel that way at the time. But theoretically, everything I'm going to teach you is less than 42 steps. Okay? So don't get bogged down in the details. So we have these principles we talked about. These are repeated things. They show up in lots of skills, right? Repeated, building blocks. But we also have some steps that are specific to the skill itself, and that's what this is. These only apply to this skill. They don't apply to anything else. It's just for this skill. So we have these principles that show up in a lot of things, and then we have this one that just for this skill. We're going to put all of these together and build a skill out of it. Okay, good. By the end of the 4 weeks, you guys are going to be rolling your eyes at this. I'm serious. You will be. You'll be sitting over there going, oh my gosh, we got to do this again. Because we're going to review all the principles that we learn every single class. So by the time we get to class 6, you literally are rolling your eyes at me because you've heard this over and over and over and over. And you're like, yes, I know. Linen rules. I got it. That's how I know you've got it, is when you're rolling your eyes at me. Until then, I'm going to keep going. So by the time you get to the test, it would not even cross your mind to put any linens on the floor. It's not going to cross your mind to snap or shake a blanket. You will go out of your way to avoid doing those things because you have heard me say it about 60 times. Good. We use a lot of repetition in here. All right. Now, I have a video for everything that we're going to learn how to do. Again, if you see this clapboard, it means I've got a video on it. And then down here, this is for the test only. Testing information. So that little first section right here has a little clock on it, right? Little clock. It tells you somebody with your level of experience, which is none. You are the slowest you can be because you're brand new. Brand new people, you're supposed to be slow. Okay? Slowest you can be. So somebody with your level of experience, which is none, should be able to do this skill in 5 minutes or less. That's how much time they're going to give you for the test. Do you guys remember the care plan we looked at for Pulse a million years ago, like 2 hours ago? How long did we have to count for? 1 full minute. They're giving you 5 minutes to do that. More than enough. Even if we put an opening in front and a closing behind, right? So we have to introduce ourselves, greet our resident and all that, right? Even with that stuff, it's still nowhere near 5 minutes. Do not rush these skills, guys. Do not rush. You have time. Okay? Do not rush. The next little area, I'm sorry, on page 1, we've seen this page before. Up at the top, you see these little clocks that tells you how much time you have for the test to do this set of skills. Now, there is a formula for this because if you look at this, it's actually, if you added up these 3 times, it doesn't come to 37. So where's the extra time come in? They give you 3 minutes for hand washing. So when we go back to this page, right, we have 5 minutes, okay, 5 minutes. So you take the amount of time for each one of those skills. So like 5 plus 11 plus 9, whatever that comes out to be. They give you an extra 3 minutes for hand washing. So your hand washing doesn't even count in that time. Extra 3 minutes. And then they give you 5 more minutes for thinking. Transition time is what they call it. It's thinking time. So you've got 8 extra minutes in the test to kind of think things through. So do not rush on the test. Do not rush. All right. This is the page about the formula for skills timing that I just explained. Okay, so the next little icon here, right? So we have our timing. The next little icon, most of the time has that little testing student, which is what you have on page 52. But there are 4 skills that we're not going to do on another testing student. We're going to do on a mannequin instead. There are 4 skills. Partial bed bath, pericare, catheter care, and dressing. Those 4 skills we're going to do on a mannequin, not a live person, just because they're a little too personal. Okay, so when you're practicing in here, you need to look at this page and see when you're practicing, okay, do I need to do this on a real person or do I need to do it on a mannequin? Do not practice real people skills on the mannequin if you can help it, because mannequins don't move like people. And you won't get a really good dress rehearsal for the test. Okay. Now, the next little icon here tells you where that person is going to be at the beginning of the skill. Most of the time, your patient will be in the bed. Most of the time. But there are a few skills where your patient starts out in a chair. You would want to know that because you want to set up practice just like it's going to be on the state exam. Good? Good. Okay, the last little icon is charting. Now, there's 4 documentation skills. We talked about this earlier. 4 documentation skills: pulse, respirations, feeding, and drainage bag. You will get one of those 4. Guaranteed. You will get one of those 4. You will have to do a pulse or measure respirations or feed a patient or empty a drainage bag. You will get one of those 4. When you see that charting, that tells you this is a documentation skill. And when you get these skills on the state exam, these are the documentation skills. When you get these skills on the state exam, the evaluators are going to give you a documentation sheet, something like this. Keep your hand there on page 52, but go to page 168. We're going to come back to 52 and 53 in a minute. Page 168. These are the documentation sheets that are used on the state exam. So you can use these in your practice. You can make photocopies of them if you want. Use them in your practice. But these are the documentation sheets that you will see on the state exam. Now, this is our 42-step peanut butter and jelly page. This is going to tell you all the little details. And when it's a documentation skill, I always show you the documentation sheet completed in the instruction. So if you look at page 53, this is pulse. It is a documentation skill. So you can see the actual documentation sheet right there. Okay, good. All right, so 52 showed us the overview, high-level overview of the skill. Page 53 is all about the details. So if you look at the top of the page on page 53, it tells you the care plan. What do we know about a care plan? What do we know to do with a care plan? Yeah, and what do we do with those instructions? Follow them, exactly. If it tells us to flap our arms like a bird, what are we going to do? Flap our arms like a bird. I don't care what that care plan tells you to do, you're going to do it. Okay? So this is the care plan from the state exam. If you get pulse on the state exam, it's going to tell you patient will be lying in bed for the skill, count the patient's radial pulse, measured at the wrist for 1 full minute, and record your readings. That's what it's going to say. Now, you could probably figure it out You could probably, just taking that care plan, following it exactly, you could probably figure this out. But I'm not going to let you do that. I'm going to give you step-by-step instructions. And that's what we have here. Step-by-step instructions. Remember I told you those checklists were made for RNs? I filtered that checklist through my RN brain and I created step-by-step instructions. So this is this, but written for students. Good? At the bottom of the page, we have our supplies. You have to learn supplies for every skill. The care plan isn't going to tell you, you need this and this and this and this. The nurse isn't going to say, I need you to go give a partial bed bath in room 213. You're going to need a basin, soap, lotion, gown, 4 washcloths, 2 towels. I'm not going to tell you all that. I'm just going to say, hey, go give a partial bed bath. Right? So you have to learn supplies. And that is honestly one of the hardest things for students to learn in this class, are what supplies are necessary for each skill. Flashcards help. Page 37 will show you what all of the supplies look like. The thing about medicine is almost everything has 2 names. So on page 37, I try to give you both names where appropriate. But you'll hear me talk about that. I don't know why, but in healthcare, everything has 2 names. It's aggravating. You'll also, at the end of each lesson, have review questions. We talked about that. After the skill, if you can answer these questions, you got what you needed to get. You got the important points. Okay. Do you guys remember me saying that you have all been enrolled in the online course? This is the online course. One of the things that I put in this course, and I made every lesson in this course, everything, we don't outsource anything. Everything that we have was done by me here. So it all goes together exactly. There's never any, well, the video showed one thing and the book says something else. It's all completely aligned. But one of the things that I found with students is supplies are hard. Like learning these supplies, they're hard. So for every skill in this online course, I created a supply activity where you have a picture of all of the supplies on the screen. And you have to click on the supplies that you need for this skill. And if you click on something you don't need, it's going to tell you, no, you don't need that. And when you gather all of the supplies, then you'll get a gold star. Okay. So it's a great way for you to practice learning the supplies for each skill. Flashcards will also help you make flashcards. Remember at the bottom of each page, let's go back here. At the bottom of each page, you have your supplies. So make flashcards. We also have flashcards available for you that you can purchase. Let me show you. Make your own. Make your own. But thank you. But we also have flashcards. Now, these cards have all of the skill-specific steps. They have supplies in here, and it has the principles, all the thing on the back walls. So this is a kind of an all-in-one flashcard pack. But make your own. If you buy those from us while you're in class, right, up through graduation, we give you a discount on them. On everything I have, when you're in my class, you get a discount. After graduation, the discount goes away. All right. So here's my question to you. If I told you, do this one thing, just do one thing, and you can get a ton of checkpoints checked off on your skill exam, you'd want to do that one thing, right? Right? So you can get like 6 checkpoints just for doing one thing. That's what the opening is. I took all of those checkpoints that show up on every single thing that have to be done before we touch the patient, and we created the opening. So let's learn what the opening is. On this particular checklist, which is pulse, right? That's the pages we were just looking at, pulse. On this checklist, if you do the opening, you do this, and the opening sounds like this. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to get your pulse. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, go wash my hands, get my supplies. I'll be right back. That's the opening. That's the whole opening. Look how many checkpoints I got for that opening. That's like over a quarter of my checkpoints just for doing that one thing. So we have to learn that one thing. And then we're going to do it for every single skill, and we're going to get all of those checkpoints for every single skill. One thing. Good? That's what the opening is. So if you go to page 30.
What page is the opening?
30. I know I have you flip all around this book. But the whole point is to get you familiar with the book and get you comfortable with it, so when you go home tonight, you're not intimidated by it.
Okay, so you have to let the patient know that you are watching your hand, that you are closing the curtain, that you are going
Right.
to be
Doing
taking
everything,
off your glasses, everything.
everything, because they're afraid. They're afraid, right? We have to think about what they are feeling. Something is going wrong with their body and they don't know why. They don't know what it means. They don't know what it means for their life. Are they going to be able to go home? Are they going to recover? Are they going to be able to afford this? Are they going to be on medication? How is this going to affect them? They are so all up in their head and so consumed by all of this that if we go in and we just start working on them, they're scared. They don't know what you're doing. They don't even know who you are. Right? Can you imagine somebody coming into your bedroom at 2 o'clock in the morning and pulling your covers off and touching you? How are you going to react? Me, I'm hitting first. I'm probably not even going to ask questions. Right? It's on. Let's go. Right? You don't come into my space and touch me when I don't know why you're there, especially when you're laying down because you're vulnerable, right? Somebody comes into my bedroom at night, my first action is not to lay there. What's my first action? I'm probably going to try to get up as I'm swinging. I'm going to meet them on my feet, not laying down. Does that make sense? But as I'm getting up, I'm swinging, I'm kicking, I'm doing everything I can, right? And we wonder why our patients are combative. You show me a combative patient, I will show you a patient that doesn't understand why you're there. Look at your approach. Now, yes, we have dementia patients that are combative. Absolutely, 100%. Again, what is your approach? Because that requires a much better approach than what you're doing with your standard run-of-the-mill patients. Not less of an approach, way more of an approach. And everybody gets that wrong. I don't know why, but they think that they don't have to talk to dementia patients. That's horrible. That's the worst thing you can do because they are afraid. And now you want to come at them and not expect them to react? What was that? Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that is the wrong approach. Does that make sense? Your approach is going to matter big time. All right. So this is our overview page. Remember, these are always overviews, right? We have some steps we're about to learn. They're going to apply to every single skill that we do. I have a video for this. I have a video, but we're not going to watch it. If page 31 are the notes for what I'm about to tell you. These are the steps that we have to do. And for the opening, the order matters. They have to be done in this order. The order matters. Now, for the closing that we're about to learn, the order doesn't matter so much. But the opening, the order matters. Now, one of the things that I recommend to everybody when you go home after the first class is in your bathroom, whatever bathroom you normally use in your house, write this out and tape it to your mirror in your bathroom. And when you come into the bathroom, read it out loud. Knock on the door that you just came in, read that out, close the shower curtain, that's your privacy curtain, and wash your hands in the sink that's in the bathroom. You have everything you need to practice this in your bathroom at home. If you do that in the first week of the program, if you learn the opening and the closing so well that you can just rattle it off, I should be able to, at the end of class on Monday, I should be able to point to you and say, hey, give me the opening. And you should be able to, I won't do that because I don't put people on the spot, but I should be able to. And you should be able to rattle it off. If you do that, when we start getting into skills on week 2, you're now free to learn the skills steps, not, oh my gosh, how do I start the skill again? I don't remember. I'm missing that step. If you learn it in the order I show you and you get these down in the order I show you, it takes a little work on your part, you will succeed as we go through the program. Okay, little tip for you. All right, so always we review the care plan because we have to know what to do. This is step 1, always review the care plan. And once we know what we're doing, then we do our opening. Good? Care plan, then opening. All right, so every skill starts with the opening. Every skill we do, every one starts with an opening. So we got to learn it. Every opening starts with a knock. Don't skip it. Do not skip it. A lot of students make this mistake on the state exam. It's not going to fail you, but we have to understand the impact to the patient. Okay, so let's talk about this lady. Is she home? No. She is in a strange place, alone, surrounded by strange people. This has to be a safe space for her to be able to sleep. If she doesn't feel secure, is she going to be able to sleep? No. This has to be a safe space. And if we have some random strangers wandering in and out at all hours of the day and night, is this a safe space? No. Knocking, way more important than you think it is. Way more important. You should never enter a sleeping space of another human without them knowing that you're entering. And that goes back to our caveman brains. Okay? Does that make sense? This is a security thing. Never enter a sleeping space of another human unless they know you're coming in. Good? So we're going to knock. This is a graded checkpoint on every skill. We're going to greet the resident. Good morning, good afternoon, hello, hi, how are you? We're going to be nice. We're going to be nice. However that is for you. I always like to ask patients, how are you? And the reason I want to know now is because if I've got something planned for that patient, whatever that skill might be, right? I'm there for a reason. I got to do something with them. If I ask, hey, how are you this morning? And you go, oh my gosh, I feel horrible. I'm nauseous. I'm dizzy. I feel like crap. Well, I'm clearly not doing whatever it was I came in to do, right? Things have changed. What do we do with changes? We report them to the nurse. So I don't even have to go any further than we just went. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Let me go get your nurse. Be right back. And you go get the nurse, right? I'm not going to go through my whole, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to brush your teeth. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'm going to put the head of the bed up. Oh, you're nauseous? Right? That's a whole lot of work for nothing. I got things to do. So I'm going to walk in and say, hi, how are you this morning? And I'm going to get a sense of how you're doing before I go any further. If there's a problem, not my problem. I'm going to go find a nurse. Good? Make sense? So be nice. All right. This is a graded checkpoint. We're going to identify our patient by name, not by ID band. You will not have ID bands on the state exam. They do not exist. And the best way to identify somebody is by name. What's your name? Anthony. This is Anthony, everybody. Say hi, Anthony. Okay, so if I walk into Anthony's room and I say, good afternoon, Kevin. How are you today? What are you going to tell me? Really? You would tell me that when I called you Kevin? What would you tell me? I'm not Kevin.
That's not my name.
Yeah. Do you want what I have planned for Kevin? Think about where we are. Do you really want what I have planned for Kevin? No. The best way to identify a person is to have them identify themselves. Does that make sense? Okay. So we are either going to ask their name. Can you please tell me your name? Or we're going to say their name. Good morning, Bianca. How are you today? And we know that they will tell us if that's not them. Make sense? Okay. This is wrong a lot of the time. Don't rely on this. Verbally is the best way of identifying a patient. And the thing is that these are only used in a very, very small percentage of healthcare settings, hospitals and rehabs. If it's where a patient lives, like a nursing home, we don't have these. Like where you live in your home, do you have to wear an ID band for people to know who you are? No, you live there. So anywhere a patient lives, we don't have these. Anywhere a patient is temporarily, we don't use these. You go to a doctor's office, do they give you one of these? No. No, they walk in the room and they say, hey, who are you? Or they look at their chart and they call your name, right? The best way to identify a patient is to have them identify themselves. Now, there is a special situation for dementia patients, but that would be reflected on the care plan. We already have a process for that. Good? Make sense? We're not reinventing the wheel. We're going with what we already have. Okay, this is a graded checkpoint. We're going to, when we're addressing them, we're going to not use terms like honey, baby, sweetie, love, no endearments. This is a professional relationship. I'm going to be all up in their business, their most personal spaces. I do not want them to get the wrong idea when I call them honey. This needs to be professional. Good? Make sense? Okay, so no endearments. It is a graded checkpoint. We're going to introduce ourselves by name and title. So, hi, I'm Patty. That tells you nothing. Patty who? Patty, the person that brings the cookies? I like that, Patty. The Patty, the person that brings the needle? Yeah, I don't like that one so much, right? So just saying your name does nothing for your patient. If I come in and say, hi, I'm Patty, your CNA today, that helps the patient understand the role I'm about to play. So name and title. Good. Graded checkpoint. All right, so I want to point something out here real quick that most students don't know. This checkpoint says greet resident, address by name, and introduce self. That's what we just did. But there's only one check mark place. So in order for me to get that checked off, I have to do all three of those things. If I miss one of them, I don't get the check mark. And you remember I said sometimes students will say, well, I did that. And my response is, you may not have done it correctly. Somebody might say, well, I did greet the resident. Okay, but did you introduce yourself? Okay, so when we have multiple things on one line, all of those things have to be met for us to get the check mark. Good. You don't get partial credit. There's no 1/4 check. It's either a check or a no check. And this is why you need to practice this. Okay, then we're going to tell them why we're there. And you can do this in your own words. I'm here to brush your teeth. If you're nervous during the test, you can read it right off the care plan. I am here to provide passive range of motion to shoulder. Okay, you can read it right off the care plan if you want to. Or you can say, hey, I need to do some exercises on your shoulder. But we need to tell them why we're there. And then we're going to ask the most important question in healthcare. This is a graded checkpoint, by the way, telling them why we're there. But we're going to ask the most important question in healthcare. Is that okay? Your patient has the right to refuse any action at any time for any reason, and they don't have to give you a reason to say no. They can just say no. No is a complete sentence. What does no mean? No. It means you do not have the right to touch that patient. I don't care where they are. If they're in a hospital, if they're in a nursing home, if they're in a movie theater, no means no. You do not have the right to put your hands on another human if they don't give you the permission to do so. So we're going to ask, is that okay? And if they say no, we're going to say, okay. Now, I would like you to get a little more information because remember, we have 3 things, right? We follow the care plan, we encourage the patient to follow the care plan, or what was the last thing that we could do? Report it to the nurse. That's right. So we have to do those 3 things in order, right? So we follow the care plan. If they say no, we're going to encourage the patient to follow the care plan. So something like, are you sure you won't let me do that? It'll just take a few minutes. Do you have something else going on? Are you going to an activity or is family coming in? Is this not a good time? I'm going to give them an out, right? Something, I'm going to try to gather some more information. And then if they continue to say no, who do I tell? The nurse. Because when I go to the nurse and I say, hey, he won't let me do foot care, you know what she's going to ask me? Why? So I need that information. I provided encouragement. He said no. And now it's the nurse's problem. Good. You guys understand that framework? So we follow the care plan. We encourage the patient to follow the care plan. And then we notify the nurse in that order. Okay. But for the test, everybody is pleasant and cooperative. Because remember I said that you guys are all going to be a patient for somebody else that's testing. You guys remember that? All right. So when you're the patient, you're going to get a script. And you're going to be told, be pleasant, be cooperative, be you. Not a 90-year-old version of you. Be you, who you are. And be nice. Okay? So for the test, you're always going to say yes. Always. No curveballs. They're not going to make you, pretend to faint or spit food out or do anything stupid like that. You're just going to do the skill. There's no curveballs here. Okay? And if there are, you need to let me know. Because the evaluators are not allowed to do that. Standardized testing is standardized. Okay, good? Makes sense? Okay, so when you're asking the patient, they need to know what they're agreeing to. So make sure that you're presenting this in a way that they know what you're doing, right? I'm here to do foot care. I'm here to wash your feet. Make sure you're presenting in a way, not just, I'm here to bathe you. That doesn't, if you start taking their shoes off, they're thinking bathing is more up. What are you doing? So make sure you're putting it in terms that they can understand. Then we're going to get permission. And this is a graded checkpoint. Don't skip this. Don't skip this. Then you're going to close the curtain. Now let's talk about this curtain. So for the test, the privacy curtain is going to be short like this. Do you see how this curtain only goes out about 4 feet? For the test, they're going to have something like this. It does not wrap all the way around the bed because you're being tested and they need to see what you're doing. So this is more symbolic than anything. Make sense? Okay. But in a clinical setting, these curtains go all the way around the bed. Who touches these curtains? Everybody. Patients, staff, visitors, everybody touches this thing. Do you think this curtain is clean? About once a year, it's taken down and physically laundered. Now, there's no shade on housekeeping here, not at all, because they do spray it with antimicrobial spray in between patients. I mean, housekeeping does a great job, but it's only like really physically laundered about once a year, roughly. So we can't consider these things clean. In fact, if you put a black light on these curtains, it's going to glow blue. It's got pretty much every body fluid imaginable on it. So if we're going to touch that curtain, we need to understand that we are going to have whatever body fluids are on the curtain on our hands. Do we want to touch the patient with those hands? Okay, so if we know the curtain has to be closed because there needs to be privacy, we know we have to close the curtain. Do we want to close that curtain before or after we wash our hands? Before. Why?
Because after you pull it, then you wash your hands to get all the other stuff you need.
Right. Cooties. Wash my hands to get rid of the cooties, and now I'm clean to touch the patient. Good? Does that make sense?
So we have to wash up, close the curtain first, and then
Wash our hands. Correct. That keeps your hands clean for the patient. So let me ask you this. If you're the body in the bed, you're the patient, and you know that that curtain is touched by everybody, do you want hands that just touch the curtain to touch you? No. So we've got to wash the hands before we touch our patient, right? This is a graded checkpoint. All right. So we're going to close the curtain, and then we're going to wash our hands before we touch that patient. And this is why. This is our checkpoint. Refrain from touching the patient until our hands are clean. Remember, we heard that at the very beginning. Refrain from touching patients until your hands are clean. This is our cardinal rule. You miss this one checkpoint, and you will fail the test. Why? Why would this one checkpoint fail the test?
Because the patient is involved.
The patient is vulnerable. That's right. That's right. Okay. So once we have clean hands, we're ready to touch the patient. But in order to do our skill, we're going to need some supplies. So we're going to get our supplies after we wash our hands. Does that make sense? After we wash our hands. So we have curtain, which is dirty. We have cleaning our hands, and then we go get our clean supplies. Make sense?
we have to put our gloves on.
No, we're going to talk about gloves on Wednesday. Yeah, we're going to talk about gloves on Wednesday. Remember, your patients are the ones at risk. So here, our opening goes like this. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I need to whatever, insert name of skill here. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, go wash my hands, and get my supplies. That's our opening. That's what you should say every time you walk in your bathroom. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here too. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies. It takes less than 15 seconds to do your opening. And remember how many checkpoints we got for that 15 seconds. Okay. Now, in the online course, remember I said the online course that you guys are all in? In the online course, I have a sequencing activity on this. So let's work together and see if we can put these in the right order that they have to be done. So on the online course, you would grab where the writing is, either with your mouse or if you're on your phone with your finger, and you're going to move that whole card up into another spot. Okay, it's a sequencing activity. They're tiles, you move them. So let's try this together on this screen. So we grab the bottom of the card to move it and put it in the correct order. So looking at this, what step comes first? Now, you're thinking about the opening, but I said there's something that comes before the opening. What do we, not knock on the door. How do we know what to do with each patient? The care plan. So care plan is always number one. Then what do we do? Knock. That's right. So we're going to move that. Now what do we want to do? Greet the patient. All right. Now what do you want to do? Or I'm sorry, identify the patient. Yes, greet and identify. Now what do they need to know about you?
Say your name.
Yep, say your name. Okay, now what do you want to do?
Explain.
Explain. All right. Now what?
Close the privacy curtain.
Close the privacy curtain. Okay.
Gather supplies.
Wash your hands.
Wash your hands. That's right. That's right. So we're going to wash the hands and then gather our supplies. So when I've got everything in the order I think is correct, I'm going to go down here and click on that little check button. And I got my gold star, which means I got them all in the right place. So this is a sequencing activity we have for every single skill that we're going to learn how to do. Okay. So this is our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. Or I'm sorry. Hi, Miss Jones. How are you? My name is Patty. I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies. Questions? All right. So that's the opening. We're going to do those steps and get a whole bunch of check marks. Well, we're going to do the same thing at the end of every skill, something called the closing, to get a whole bunch more check marks. So page 34 and 35 are going to cover the closing. Now there's 8 C's to the closing. And most of them, we don't care about the order. Most of them, we don't care about the order. The last 2, the order matters. But the rest of them, you can do in any order you want. So the first thing is we have to keep our patient in a clean and safe environment. So my rule of thumb here is always leave my patient looking better than I found them. So straighten the sheets, make sure the trash is all put away, make sure their environment's nice and neat and clean. So clean environment. We also need them safe, so clean and safe. So that means that the bed needs to be in the lowest position. Lowest position. We'll talk about that in an upcoming lesson later on, but lowest position. And that is a graded checkpoint. We're going to ask if they're comfortable, and the test needs to hear this word, comfortable. Are you comfortable? But comfort is more than just physical comfort. We also have to be concerned about their emotional comfort too. So comfort is a graded checkpoint, but so is preferences. So do you want a magazine, crossword puzzle book, TV remote, something to occupy their mind? So is there something I can get for you? Okay. So are you comfortable? And is there something I can get for you? For the test, we just all use magazine because it's quick and easy. Would you like a magazine? This is a graded checkpoint, addressing preferences. We're going to make sure they're covered. So they either need to have a sheet or clothes. I should never see knobby knees. We'll talk about that in another episode, but never see knobby knees, okay? Should not see knobby knees. Knobby knees means your patient is vulnerable. All right, graded checkpoint. They have to be covered. We're going to open the curtain. Oh, wait, what did we decide about this curtain? Yeah, it's not clean. So if I'm going to open the curtain at the end of the skill, what am I going to need to do? I'm going to need to wash my hands, but there's another step we have to do before I get to hand washing, and that is giving our patient their call light. Now, a lot of students get all mixed up with this. Well, wait, you just touched the curtain and now you're touching that call light. Guys, that call light is just as dirty as that curtain. Patients in bed scratch what itches? And then they use the call light to tell us about it. That call light is not clean, not in any sense of the word. So it doesn't matter what you do first. Close the curtain, give them the call light, ask them if they're comfortable. All of those things, the order does not matter. Get all of those things done. But you have cootied up, right? This patient has their cooties in their little environment. They're covered in cooties. You've touched the patient. You've touched their sheets. You've touched their cooties. You've touched the curtain. Cootie, cootie, cootie. So now that we've got all of those cooties on us, what do we want to do with those cooties? Wash them off. So we're going to wash our hands after we do all of those things. But remember I said that the last 2 steps are the ones that are important in order? So once we're done with the patient, we wash our hands. But if we have to document, you cannot document with cootied hands. That pen goes in your pocket. So we wash our hands, then we document. But our rule here, remember at the beginning, we had don't touch the patient until your hands are clean. You guys remember that? Well, at the end, we have don't end the skill until your hands are clean. Okay, so don't touch the patient until your hands are clean, and then end the skill with clean hands. So we do all those things. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Your environment's clean, bed's in the low position. Would you like a magazine before I go? Here's your call light. Open the curtain, wash my hands, document if I need to, and wash my hands again. Right. I went to the beginning before we touch the patient, once at the end of the skill when we're all done. And if we document, remember there's only 4 documentation skills and you'll get 1. If we document, then we wash our hands again at the end. And you do it all again. That's right. Because in between, you're touching doorknobs, you're touching all kinds of stuff in the hallway. We don't want to take those cooties to our patients. Okay. Good. Big thing is don't recontaminate before, be careful. Leave that patient's cooties with them. They're comfortable together. They're on a first name basis. They're happy. But this guy doesn't need to share his cooties with that woman over there. Okay. Good. Good. So we're going to end the skill with a patient that feels cared for and cared about. So our opening is, hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today, and I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies. At the end of the skill, thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Bed's in a low position, environment's clean. Here's your call light. Open the curtain, wash my hands, document if I need to, wash my hands again. Good? Okay. So now we're going to move on to, so this is pulse, okay? We did the opening and got all of those green check marks. We did the closing and got all of those red check marks. Do you see what's left? Those are pulse. Those are the pulse checkpoints. So half of this checklist has nothing to do with pulse. Nothing to do with pulse. So if you just walked in the test and started taking the pulse and then wrote down your reading at the end, you would miss all of those check marks. And you would wonder, why did I fail? This isn't, the opening and the closing isn't negotiable. We don't practice without them. They are part of the skill. Okay? Good? All right. So since we have to wash our hands before and after every skill, let's learn how to wash them properly. I will be keeping you about 1 or 2 minutes over. I do apologize. I got a little long somewhere in there. But let's learn how to wash our hands. So page 44 has our step-by-step instructions, also has the checklist. Page 45, I'm sorry, page 44 is the overview. 45 has our step-by-step instructions. And if you remember me saying earlier, warm, dark, and moist, we may not get to it. You may have to read it on your own. You will have to read it on your own. Read that lesson in your book on page 47 sometime this week. It's on your syllabus. Okay. So I'm going to have Jake show you hand washing here, the video real quick before you go. But let's go over the steps real quick. You wet your hands. Always wet your hands before you put soap on, because soap does not spread on dry skin. So we wet our hands. We get some soap, and we want a lot of soap because you're graded on bubbles. Literally, you have to work up a lather. So we get a lot of soap, and we bring our hands together, and that's when our timing starts. Over the sink, you're going to have a clock just like that. And when you bring your hands together, you look at that clock. You have to rub for at least 20 seconds, minimum. 20 seconds minimum. Don't sing. Don't do anything like that. Rub your hands. So we're going to rub the tops of our wrists, the backs of our hands, in between our fingers, in between our thumb and index finger, and the palm of our hand interlacing. You can see wrists, backs, palm, and thumb, in between the thumb and index finger, the bottom of the hand by the pinky. All of these areas have to be hit in at least 20 seconds. Longer's fine, but no less than 20 seconds. Okay, good, good. So wet hands, lots of soap, bring them together, look at the clock. How long? At least 20 seconds. Tops of the wrists, backs of the hands, in between your fingers, in between thumb and index finger, bottom of the hand by the pinky, interlace the palms. At least 20 seconds, all surfaces. Then you can rinse. When you rinse, don't let your hands touch the faucet or the sink. Your hands are clean, nothing else is. Once you've rinsed, we're going to tap to keep the water in the sink, not everywhere else. Tap to keep the water in the sink. And then you'll dry with whatever paper towels you need. Doesn't have to be 5. Doesn't have to be 10, doesn't have to be 42, whatever you need to dry your hands. Throw those away. Your water is still running. Do not turn that faucet off until your hands are dry. Get a clean dry paper towel to turn the faucet off, because wet paper towels can rip and recontaminate your hand. That faucet is not clean. Good? Jake's going to show you this video. Stay with me, guys. I know I'm running a little late. I'm sorry. As I approach the sink, I can touch the faucet with my unclean hands because the faucet is not clean. I'm going to turn the water on to a comfortable temperature and wet my hands thoroughly. You must rub with friction for at least 20 seconds. I'll get enough soap to produce a nice rich lather and bring my hands together to start timing. I'm going to rub the tops of my wrists on both sides, the back of my hands, interlacing with my fingers, in between my thumb and index finger, making sure that I cover all areas with sufficient friction. The bottom of my hand by my pinky and the palm of my hand. After cleaning my hands, I'm going to go down my fingers with my thumb to clean the cuticles. I'm going to circle my nails on the palm of my hand and then rinse. Being careful not to touch the faucet or the inside of the sink. After rinsing, I'll tap to keep the water confined in the sink and then dry my hands thoroughly with paper towels. Being careful not to touch. Sorry, guys. When we do the 2 monitors, I try to do 2 monitors with a big class, but sometimes the videos get, because it's wireless, it buffers them too bad. I'm working on a wired solution, so we'll work on that for you guys. I do apologize. This video is on my main website, and it'll be in the after class wrap-up email as well, so you can watch it on your own, okay? 20 seconds is the biggest thing. 20 seconds. All right. Let me go through this real quick. Okay. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Okay. So indirect care. Remember I said that there's 2 checklists for the state exam. There's the one main checklist, and then there's one that's indirect care behaviors. These are all the indirect care behaviors. And I've incorporated these into your step-by-step instructions, so you're getting both in your instructions. But this is what indirect care behavior is really kind of about, how we're treating the patient. So pay attention to your eye contact, your tone of voice, how rushed you're making them feel. All those nice things, they matter. They affect how your patient relates to you and how willing they are to allow you to do things, okay? So review of the homework. You're going to go home and read chapter 1 in this book. Remember, it's on your syllabus right here, so you can circle it if you need to. You're going to go home and read chapter 1 in this book. You're going to take the test, read chapter 1 in that book. You're going to take the test on page 181 in this book, and then you're going to grade it with the answer key on page 201. Take tests as many times as you need to. We won't talk about that right now. So you're going to get an after-class wrap-up email today. It just went out, so it should be in your inbox now. If you don't get it, let Jake know on Wednesday that you did not get the email. We'll send it out to you again. But it's available to you, and there's a lot of links in there for you. That's what we went over today. You can always review today's live stream as well if you need to. You guys all got your review sheet. Jake handed that out a little while ago. If you fill these out after class, when we give them to you, this creates your study packet when you're waiting to test. Okay, it's a great little study packet that goes over everything very, very quickly. Good? Good? All right. Thank you guys for joining us. Those of you who joined live, we appreciate you. And we will see you on Wednesday for class 2. Until next time, happy caregiving. Bye. I don't have an end screen, Jake.